Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, committee recommends following: House Bill 1003 be referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. House Bill 1112 be referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. House Bill 1117 be amended as follows and necessary referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. House Bill 1178 be amended as follows and necessary referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. House Bill 1194 be referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. House Bill 1209 be amended as follows and necessary referred to the committee on legislative council for recommendation. House Bill 1222 and 1376 and 1454 amended and also amended referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. Senate Bill 124 referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. Senate Bill 192 referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. The Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following: House Bill 1440 be referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. The Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following: House Bill 1433 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1457 be referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. Senate Bill 73 be referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. Senate Bill 115 be referred favorably to the committee on appropriations. Senate Bill 116 be amended as follows and necessary and be referred to the committee on appropriations of favor recommendation. Senate Bill 165 be referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. The Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following: House Bill 1451 be amended as follows and necessary and referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. Senate Bill 111 be referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. Senate Bill 156 be referred favorably to the committee on legislative council. Senate Bill 177 be amended as follows and necessary and referred to the committee of the whole for recommendation. And Madam Speaker, the Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs is under consideration, has had a hearing on the following appointment, recommends that the appointment be confirmed as Lieutenant Governor effective upon confirmation by a majority vote of both houses of the General Assembly for a term expiring the second Tuesday in January 2019. Donna Lynn of Denver, Colorado, and occasioned by the resignation of Joseph A. Garcia, appointed. The Committee on Transportation and Energy, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1441 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 61 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 157 be postponed indefinitely.
Printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports
Printing
following.
report of printed journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
Speaker has signed.
Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate
Message from the Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
we hear with transmit.
Message from the reviser will be printed in the journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move a call of the House.
Call of the House has been moved, properly sustained. Will the Sergeant at Arms please close the doors? Mr. Kohler, please commence to call the roll. We really don't have to do that, do we?
Representatives Arndt, Becker Kay, Buck, Buckner, Carver, Conti, Danielson, Del Grosso, Dorr, Fields, Garnett, Humphrey, Kagan, Klingenschmidt, Lawrence, Lee, McCann, Melton, Mitch Bush, Navarro, Nordberg, Primavera, Rankin, Rosenthal, Ryden, Sane, Salazar, Sias, Thurlow, Tyler, Wilson, Windholz. Push the button. Push the button.
Representative Windholz, there we go.
Hey, if you break that button. That's the last person you want to be in trouble with.
I will pray for you. I will pray for you.
Good. How are you? Representatives Conti, Del Grosso, Dorr, Humphrey, Kagan, Klingenschmidt, Lawrence, McCann, Nordberg, Rosenthal, Sane, Sias, and Wilson. Is she not going to be here at all? That's okay. Cam? Does the majority leader know that? excuse her? She can be gone for the rest of the night.
2 hours.
Oh, okay.
We just got this one if you want to add it.
All night.
We don't have to, we just got the report. Okay, thank you. No.
Representatives Del Grosso, Humphrey, Kagan, Klingenschmidt, Lawrence, Rosenthal, Sane, and Wilson.
I like that he looks out for his people,
Good job, Pat.
unlike her. Like,
He's sitting down in the far corner. Back there. He's sitting down in the far.
I've never been there.
Representatives Humphrey, Klingenschmidt, Sane, and Wilson. The name or just in reverse order? Year. Tim Hicks. Negnilk. Tim Sneg. Tim Snegnilk. That's good. You're really good at those. Tim Snegnilk. Naslil. Naslil. Noslu. Noslu.
Yeah, I know, and he, oh, yeah, he's been on the phone.
Yeah. Or just even in one of the corners. There's
That's what I'm
nine.
saying.
Yeah,
One
there's.
corner TV would go.
Yeah. Representative Moreno, do you want to raise the call?
That's perfect. That's beautiful. That is wonderful. Thank you. I found one.
Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the call be raised.
So motion is to raise the call. Seeing no objection, so ordered. We are now in announcements and introductions. The Speaker has an announcement while you're all rushing down here. The Senate did not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 62 and has requested a conference committee be appointed. The appointees at conferees for Senate Bill 62 Conference Committee, the first conference committee, are John Becker, Ed Vigil, and Joanne Janal. Other announcements and introductions? I believe I have another one here. Here we go. And also, the Senate did not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 21 and has requested a conference committee be appointed. The conferees for Senate Bill 21 for the first conference committee are Representative Mitch Bush, Chair Representative Casey Becker, and Representative Bob Rankin. And by the way, the chair of Senate Bill 62 Conference Committee is Ed Vigil. Are there further announcements and introductions? Seeing none, the next order of business is general orders, second reading of bills. Representative Danielson. Madam Majority Leader, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders today, April 28th at 6:46 p.m. House Bill 1454, House Bill 1453, Senate Bill 106, Senate Bill 142, Senate Bill 182, House Bill 1446, Senate Bill 6, House Bill 1426, House Bill 1374, House Bill 1421, House Bill 1439, House Bill 1394, House Bill 1438, House Bill 1393, Senate Bill 164, House Bill 1443, House Bill 1003, House Bill 1112, House Bill 1117, House Bill 1178, House Bill 1194, House Bill 1222, House Bill 1376, Senate Bill 124, Senate Bill 192, House Bill 1440, House Bill 1457, Senate Bill 73, Senate Bill 165, House Bill 1451, Senate Bill 177, and Senate Bill 111.
The motion is that the Majority Leader's list of bills be made special orders today, this evening at 6:45 p.m. Seeing no objection, so ordered. The next order of business is special orders, second reading of bills. Representative Danielson.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders.
The motion, if there are no objections, Representative Danielson will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for a reading a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed and appear in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader, and the quote rule is relaxed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1454.
House Bill 1454 by Representatives Moreno and Dorr, also Senator Guzman, concerning primary elections in connection with restoring presidential primary election in Colorado and allowing unaffiliated voters to temporarily affiliate with a political party in order to vote in primary elections in which political party is participating.
Mr. Assistant Majority Leader, Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1454 and the committee reports from State Veterans and Military Affairs and Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee simply made the monetary allocation for this bill. It's mostly cash funds from the Department of State. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move a substitute to the adoption of the State Affairs Committee report and, Appropriations Committee. Never mind then. I withdraw.
Representative Dorr. Question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the State Veterans and Military Affairs report. Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee made a few really technical adjustments, made some conforming amendments around the deadline to be affiliated, made an adjustment about when the period is that a person can go in and actually vote, starting with the opening of the voter service and polling centers. I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Representative Everett.
Thank you. This time I move a substitute motion to the adoption of the State Affairs Committee report and ask that L021 be displayed on the screen.
Are you moving an amendment, Representative Everett?
Yes.
If you could please restate that in the form of a motion to move an amendment, Representative Everett.
Yes, I move substitute amendment to the State Affairs report L001 and ask it to be displayed.
I believe it's just Amendment L001.
Okay, I move L001 and ask it to be displayed. Amendment L001. Two one.
Okay. One more time for the record.
I move Amendment L021 to the State Affairs Committee report and ask that it be displayed. So 21 blackjack.
Thank you, Representative Everett. It's properly displayed, and everyone should have a goldenrod copy of this on your desks.
Hopefully everybody had a chance to read this over. It's been on your desk since yesterday. This is a simple technical amendment, and you know I'm being facetious here. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we've heard a lot of brouhaha. We've heard threats from outside this chamber saying that if you guys don't do this and you don't do it this way, then we're going to come in with a ballot initiative. What this does is it takes the temporary affiliation portion out of the bill. It also takes that same-day voter registration flip out of the bill. This allows for parties to control their own destiny. It allows parties that are private organizations to make the determination on what they need to do through the process and still have control over that. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Everett, I don't know about you, but I heard from my constituents that they didn't want more of a closed system. They wanted more of an open system. And what L021 would do is amend current law, so nothing about what we're talking about now in terms of reinstating the presidential primary or establishing the temporary affiliation system. This would be eliminating a current process that we have, allowing unaffiliated voters to go in and declare an affiliation and vote on election day. And so again, I heard from my constituents that they wanted to make sure that their voices were heard and more people participated, and this actually makes our process even more exclusive and will disenfranchise more people, so I would urge a no vote.
Representative Salazar. Representative Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also would urge a no vote on this amendment. You know, I think we should be encouraging more participation, not less. And this bill actually strikes a very good balance in this area, where we're bringing in folks that are not able to participate, or they can participate, but they have to go through and actually change their affiliation, and then change it back if they want to do that. I think this will be a little easier for those that are unaffiliated to participate. And let's face it, they make up the plurality now of our voters. There's more unaffiliated voters than registered Democrats. There's more unaffiliated voters than registered Republicans. And we should be opening up the doors for participation and not continuing to close our doors. This amendment would do what we've really been emphasizing, trying to get more people to vote, and we should be. We should be encouraging participation in our democracy. With more participation, there's more buy-in. With more buy-in, there's more responsibility and more accountability to our elected officials. So this goes the opposite direction. I hope that we will reject this amendment.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You can already change parties, and if you do it far enough in advance, you could actually switch from blue to red if you wanted to. So this is already in statute. What this does, it puts personal responsibility on the voter. If they actually want to participate in the process, they can do that. It doesn't take that away. Instead, what we're doing is we're giving them sort of carte blanche to say, hey, I want to flip on election day, and then I'm going to automatically revert back. I mean, this completely is a substantial change in law. This brings us to where we were for a number of years, I think even before 2013. I think this is a good amendment. Please vote yes.
Is there further? Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge an aye vote on this. Oh, no, I urge a no vote on this amendment. Oh, a no vote. The district where I'm from is over 50% unaffiliated now, and I think it's extremely important that we hear each and every voice so that the people have spoken and we know what they want, and that's the foundation of our democracy, and I urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment because I do think that unaffiliates need to have a voice, but not this way. Just if I could pull your attention to line 5, and it's striking this new concept that is being initiated in this bill, which is this temporary primary elector. It's basically telling people in this bill, in the original bill, that you can temporarily come in for 45 days and then 30 days after, your registration will be changed back to unaffiliates. And if they wanted to be in and vote, that would be great. Or we could have another system of just having unaffiliates vote for their own candidates in a separate ballot. It doesn't have to be coming into an established party and then being able to vote inside that party. So this concept is a new concept, and if it's just this one clause, this one concept that needs to be erased, which is trying to be introduced here of being temporary coming in, it doesn't encourage participation, it encourages subterfuge. And that's really not at all what the unaffiliates want. They want a good voice, just like all the Republicans and Democrats do too, and this does it in an incomplete way. So I would urge support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I urge a no vote on this amendment. This actually goes even further to close the doors of democracy by actually eliminating existing statute. Existing statute allows unaffiliated voters up until the day of the primary to affiliate with a party and to participate in that primary. This goes a step further. This says, sorry, you can't even participate then. That, to me, is not an inclusive system. That is not a democratic system. I ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L0121? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L021. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the committee report. To the bill. To the committee report. Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
I have an amendment to the committee report.
Representative Van Winkle. Just let it go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L037, an amendment to the State Affairs Committee report.
The amendment is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This keeps all the language in the bill about sending a postcard to unaffiliated voters and allowing them to pick a party and allow them to participate in the primary election, but it strikes the language that allows them to automatically switch back to their previous registration. So unaffiliated people still get everything they like. They get a postcard in the mail that says, hey, a primary election's coming, please sign up. We then send them their ballot. And if they'd like to switch back to be unaffiliated afterward, they have the free option to do that. This just takes the automatic clause out.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L037? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L037.
We're no on it.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there for Representative Van Winkle?
I wonder why you ask for a no vote on the amendment. Because it seems like a very good amendment to me.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L037? Representative Lawrence, Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a great amendment. For those voters who choose to affiliate prior to the primary, they can make that same choice to switch back to unaffiliated if they want to, rather than us making the assumption that that's what they want to do. You know, for a lot of members in this chamber, choice is a big thing. Why would you not offer them that choice?
Zing. Is there further discussion on Amendment L037? Representative Conti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in strong support of this. As a matter of fact, I have talked to several constituents who said, if I make a choice, I've made a choice. And I expect that choice to be maintained. If I'm a big girl, I'm a big boy, if I want to go undo that choice, I figured it out the first time to make the choice, I will figure out how to do it again, to undo it. But if I've made my choice, why should the government step in and undo that choice without talking to me?
Thanks, members. Let's keep the noise down. I'm having trouble hearing the well. Representative Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, how is this amendment different than the system that we have now? Right now, you can affiliate, and you would remain permanently affiliated unless you decide not to affiliate or to go back to unaffiliated. So that's the system we have now, and I think the premise that many of us are operating on is that our current system is not sufficient. We need to change that. That's why the bill is being run. So I'd like to know the answer to that.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it keeps all those great parts in the bill about sending them a postcard. It sends them a, hey, you're invited to our party card, and if you'd like to come, just fill it out and send it back, and then you can join whichever party you'd like. Those parts stay in the bill. We're inviting every unaffiliated voter in Colorado to join, and that is that.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer Representative Foote's question directly, you are correct. This does not change what we currently have today. But we don't have participation because we don't have the presidential primary. So that's really the issue, that we're not getting participation, that our constituents are saying, I'd like participation. What they're not saying is, and I want to be able to have automatic termination of my choice I just made 45 days ago. So this does keep the law in effect that it is, that you make a choice to affiliate and then you make a choice to not affiliate. So it shouldn't be, that's the second issue of this bill that's outside the presidential primary issue.
Representative Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding is that if this bill were adopted, there would be two choices with this postcard. The first choice could be, yes, I'd like to permanently affiliate as either a Republican or a Democrat, or I would like to temporarily affiliate. And then, of course, the temporary affiliation would then expire within 30 days. So I think they would already have that option should this bill pass to become permanently affiliated. But what this amendment would do would take away, or it would just basically force them to continue to be permanently affiliated and take away the temporary affiliation, which is what we're trying to do here, is trying to create the temporary affiliation amongst the choices that they already have, and allow unaffiliated voters that may not feel comfortable with permanently affiliating and then have to de-affiliate to be temporarily affiliated, so they can just be taken off of the affiliation rolls 30 days afterwards. So I think this just kind of gets rid of a choice that we want to allow the voters to have. And so that's why I'd be opposed to this amendment.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Fitt, we wouldn't, removing this language would not force anyone to do anything. You are correct. Under the bill, they would have two options. But we are giving them an extra option in the bill, and it's an option that makes their commitment to voting less. What we already have today, if this were a good idea, we would have had it before. We've already made the choice that says you can register on the same day and you can vote on the same day if you're unaffiliated into a major party, but you have to come back in if you want to de-affiliate. This adds the clause, as I mentioned before, that makes the commitment level far less when they cast their vote. And that ought not be the level of participation that we're trying to encourage. What we're trying to give them is a presidential primary that they can vote in, the option to be able to affiliate when they're there, but we don't need the extra option of being able to de-affiliate automatically, because that makes a far less commitment.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm still trying to understand what a temporary affiliation is, like a temporary elector. Just temporary in the word voting and elections just doesn't seem quite right to me. But one thing I do want to point out that was up and that we heard in testimony was the party bosses really wanted this language in there because they thought that this would give them additional tools to research. So I don't think people that would go to temporarily affiliate realize that the party bosses are taking that information to do research on them to try to find more voters. I think they want people that would want to stay unaffiliated, they want to just be avoided. They want to not have their mailbox be put in. They don't want robocalls sent to their house. They don't want all this done to them, so they unaffiliate. But with this, we heard in testimony the party bosses are going to start calling them and researching them to try to convince them over when these people just want to be left alone. So I don't know if it's necessarily a good idea. I think the ultimate choice we have is in the current system. You can choose to affiliate or choose not to affiliate. That's the ultimate choice. A temporary affiliation, it's just kind of silly.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L037? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L037. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. To the committee report. Seeing no discussion on the committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Dorr.
On the bill now. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, now that we're to the bill, I think in order to get to a place to where we're understanding what is going on here and why we have what in front of us, what we do, we have to have a little bit of a history lesson, how we got to this point. This is a conversation about should Colorado have a presidential primary that has been ongoing for years. This didn't just start back in March. This didn't just start back in 2015. In fact, I have on my desk an editorial from the Rocky Mountain News from 2007. And in 2007, the Rocky was saying, Colorado's voice in the 2008 elections will be muted. The people of Colorado, when it comes to picking the next president of the United States, and at that time it was actually one of the candidates who's still running today, and others, Colorado will be mute in that, and candidates won't be paying attention to Colorado. And that was even when we had a straw poll caucus that was somewhat binding. The discussion happened in 2007, and we go forward now to where we are today. Last year, we were talking about how are we going to make sure Colorado has a voice in the 2016 primary. And we were looking at legislation. That legislation ran into a problem. It ran into a budget problem because we had passed our budget, the counties had passed their budgets, and there was some concern about when and how that was going to be paid for. But this year, we saw in March what happens when you have a very energized and exciting presidential cycle, where we had candidates, I think at the point where we had a caucus in March, I think we were at something like 13 candidates on the Republican side and 3 or 4 on the Democratic side, and people were paying attention. And people in Colorado were paying attention. They said, we want to be part of this. We want to be part of that energy we're seeing in New Hampshire, part of that energy we're seeing in South Carolina. And then they get to Colorado and they're like, what's going on here? We're not getting the attention paid to us, even though we had a debate on the Republican side in Boulder.
Representative Dorg, excuse me a sec. Thanks, folks. That's twice. If we could keep the noise down so we can hear the debate. Please take your side conversations just out the doors. Thank you so much. Please proceed, Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so then we get to the point in March, and not one, not two, but thousands of voters in Colorado who had gone to their caucus hoping their voice was going to be heard were frustrated by this process. And each and every one of us heard at some level that frustration. I know I did. And so the conversations that we had had in 2015 and 14 talking about what if, we started thinking in 16 we need to do something. So the presidential primary and bringing it back to Colorado, remember we had this once before, but bringing it back to Colorado so our voters, Republican and Democrat, could feel that they were being a part of this process in a significant way to decide who was going to be the candidate to represent their party on the ballot for the highest office in the land. And on top of that, we had some discussion about what about our military personnel who are serving overseas? They obviously would have difficulty participating in the caucus. The primary allows them to have their voice heard as well. A voice that is in particular importance because ultimately the person who gets picked to be that highest office in the land is also their commander-in-chief. So this discussion about a presidential primary came to fruition, and we started writing that legislation months ago. And then we started hearing about other activities going on outside. We were hearing the voices of Coloradans. We want to have our voice heard. And then we started hearing the voices of what might be happening as well. And that became an addition part of the discussion. And that was that we were looking at numerous ballot initiatives which were going to place on the ballot an opportunity for Colorado voters to say we want something much broader than what we have today when it comes to the primary. And that was an open primary. And an open primary is much different than anything we're talking about here today in this legislation. That is where everybody is receiving a ballot. Unaffiliates are getting the Democratic ballot, they're getting the Republican ballot. Republicans can get the Democratic ballot, Democrats can get the Republican ballot. That is an open primary. And we have no idea which ballot they're going to exercise until after that election is over. So the discussion became, what do we do about that? Because if we want to get to the point to where Colorado's voices is heard, we can also, if that passes, get to a point to where Colorado's voices become just some kind of chaotic mechanism. And that ballot is like a jungle ballot where both parties are on it. And we see what's happened in Florida in the past when you have some kind of confusion on ballots. So we started talking about we don't want to have that. So the second part of the legislation came into this, and that is the part talking about what do we do for unaffiliateds. Because the language we were hearing outside, the cries from the people was we want a primary, presidential primary. Business chambers and such were coming forward saying, and we want unaffiliated to have full access. So we came up with an idea that would still allow this process to be as pure as it could with the parties in control without having that open primary. And so we wanted to close that primary time down so that you at least had to affiliate with a party to get the ballot. And then you exercise your vote on that ballot that you asked for. And so for the period of time from the primary start to the primary end, you were affiliated with that party. And that's the language we put into this legislation. So that the idea was the parties still maintain control, the parties still have the decision-making process and when the primaries would occur, the parties still have the decision-making process as to how the delegates would be split, winner take all, proportional, and the caucus process would still exist as it exists today, where people go to caucuses to elect who they want to have to go to the next stages, to become the delegates for those particular candidates to go to the national convention, just as we did this year. In the bill, it just says the party rules continue to line up. So that is where we got to the point where we got to committee. And at committee, questions came up. And we listened to those questions. And we want to make sure the integrity of this process where the parties have control stays in place. But we also want to make sure that if there's something on the ballot and the people pass it, it doesn't become so fundamentally chaotic that the parties basically become 4-H clubs. So we decided to have a longer discussion after the committee hearing. And one of the ideas we came up with, and I think it's an idea that can bring a lot of people together who oppose the legislation because of their concerns about what looks like an open primary, at least the affiliation issue around it. So the amendment we came up with was L038. I move L0038.
L038 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L038 is how we address the issue of what about the ballot initiative that is likely to happen. And we can talk about, well, maybe it won't happen, maybe it will, but with the polling numbers where we see them and knowing that the process is ongoing, it's likely to happen. So what this amendment does is it says, we're going to play two scenarios. Scenario one is that the ballot initiative happens or doesn't happen, and if it happens, it fails. And if that occurs, only the presidential primary goes into effect. Only the presidential primary goes into effect. All the rules that we have today that have been set since 1992 stay in place. You don't have party affiliations for unaffiliateds in getting a postcard and checking off a box. You don't have unaffiliateds. They can still show up the day of. They can still pick a ballot to choose at that point. That's been the law since 1992. That would still be in effect. They could show up the day of. They could show up and say, I want to become a Republican so I could vote the Republican ballot, or become a Democrat so I could vote the Democratic ballot. But their party affiliation would change at that moment. If the ballot measure passes, is successful, then the language that would be dormant otherwise becomes active, and you go back to the position of something better. And that something better is that the postcard is sent, the postcard is received, the unaffiliated checks off which party ballot they want to receive, and they get that and exercise their right to vote. It's still listening to the people who want a presidential primary, but it's also addressing the issue that the outside business leaders want with regards to a little more access for the unaffiliateds. This cures a lot of the concerns that we were hearing in committee, and I ask you for a yes vote.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. as Representative Dorr mentioned, and I don't want to repeat what he said because he gave a very good overview of what this amendment will do, but this is covering all of our bases. This is saying that if there is going to be a ballot initiative, we have a plan if the ballot initiative passes, and we have a plan if the ballot initiative fails. This covers all the bases. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, here's the problem, and I get what the meaning of this amendment is, and I think that Representative Dorr is trying to protect us. At the same time, here's the problem, and I think that this may get him some votes on this. However, here's the problem. So we're going to have the people allegedly pass an open primary, and then we're going to have a conflict in laws here with this saying, oh, but that passed, therefore this is going to kick in. So where is this going to end up? Bottom line. At the end of the day, this is going to end up in the judiciary branch. When you have a conflict of laws like this, it's the courts that's going to decide, or we're going to be back next year trying to fix this. So I think it's a great sort of parlor trick here to maybe get votes, but really I don't think it has the force of law, and we're going to end up arguing this, or we're going to have the judicial branch decide this for us like they have for reapportionment and redistricting in the past. So I urge a no vote.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chairs. Members, I always say that it's really dangerous to legislate based on what ifs. And I think that's exactly what this amendment does. First off, I want to discuss these big, bad ballot initiatives that we're supposedly being blackmailed with by big businesses and party bosses and billionaires. All of them are simply statutory changes. Not one is even constitutional. It's too late to change them. The title hearing's tomorrow for the other three that haven't been approved for final language. It's too late to change them to constitutional amendments. They're just simple title changes to Title I. So if they pass and there's conflicts and we need to tighten up the language so we can have a proper language or proper election, we do our job. Next year, we have till 2020 to conduct a presidential election, which is why I don't even understand why we're doing this now in the last late hours of the session. But we have time to do it. We have time to fix it if they pass. I just guess I really don't see the need for this amendment. I trust us in this body to do what's right. If we need to true up any language, after the people speak in November, we do our job.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good amendment because it obviously pulls attention to the fact that this temporary election process, this affiliation temporarily, is a bad idea. And it is in this bill, and then it would go away if this citizens initiative passed. It recognizes that it isn't the right way to go. I question why it's in the bill in the first place, so why it has to come out here. But this amendment shows exactly what my constituents are telling me, and I've seen the emails that they're also telling you. The rush that this bill is having is causing an amendment like this. Because on Friday it gets dropped, on Monday we hear it in State Affairs Committee, and the constituents were not there to be able to discuss this because they would have said things like this. And you heard the sponsors say, because of the questions and the answers and the comments that we heard on Monday, that's why we're here on Thursday with this. If we slowed this down, this is not going to be applicable to this election cycle anyway, then the citizens could actually input on this and have something like this. And I bet it would keep going, and it would not only, this temporary primary elector would not only get out whether or not the citizens initiative passed, it would get out permanently because the idea is a bad idea. So regardless of the merits of this amendment, the bottom line is that this process has been rushed. And so therefore, whether or not this amendment passes, the real issue is we need to be able to slow down and listen to the citizens on this issue.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for my colleague from Jefferson County, I agree with you. Unfortunately, there was a bill last year that Representative Dorn Moreno introduced to prevent the disaster that was the caucus process this year, and unfortunately it failed. And like so many other things, it requires a focusing event to bring us all to the table and to have this discussion. But this amendment is really because we're listening to the practitioners of our elections. We're listening to the county clerks and our Secretary of State, and we're saying that the proposed language that could go on the ballot for this November can't be implemented if it were to pass. And so we're going to move forward in a way that can make sure that moving forward, if that ballot initiative were to pass, that our county clerks and our Secretary of State could implement something, and that would be the temporary affiliation. But this amendment really gets to pretty much the core of the amendment that Representative Everett just ran. And so I want to thank Representative Dorr for bringing this forward, and I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Representative Garnett, I don't think it's anywhere close to a nexus to the amendment that I ran. But I just want to take a quick poll, and I think this is relevant to what we're discussing. Who here was elected in November of 2014? Who here actually won an election? Okay, really? You guys didn't win an election? Okay. Yeah, you just walked in, so not all of us were lucky, like some of us over here. However, we were duly elected to make decisions and fight for the people. And what we're getting here, again, is this outside entity, whether it's a chamber or Colorado Concern, these big money interests saying, hey, do something or else. And I know that I represent my people. I was duly elected by my district, and I'm going to make sure that I represent their interests and not outside corporate interests. So I hope you all join me in representing the people of your district, and we're not going to be blackmailed by outside ballot initiatives to pass bad legislation. Thanks.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with Representative Everett. Fighting for the people is exactly what we're supposed to do down here. And we're also supposed to make sure that the process down here and the process ultimately that they're a part of as the electorate is one that makes the most sense for Colorado, is one that makes sure that elections are done in the most streamlined way, and also allow the party process to continue to go forward. We've heard from the people in the presidential primary. We're doing exactly that. We're saying we're listening to your voices. You want a presidential primary. There are also, yes, there are threats, but they're more than just threats. The ballot process is going forward. They've gotten the language through the title board. And let me read what that language says, the pertinent parts. In addition, all political parties that are entitled to participate in the primary election shall have their candidates placed on a single combined ballot to be used by the unaffiliated electors that contains the names of the candidates of each political party and that are clearly and conspicuously segregated. That's one ballot with everybody's name on it, Democrat, Republican. The people of Colorado, I don't think they want that, but they want the idea of having a primary. So when they see it, and we know what happens with the voters, they got this loaded ballot, and they go through it and they start saying, yeah, that's a good idea. I want to have primary access, you bet. They vote yes for it. They don't realize they're voting for the single ballot until it comes, but by that point it's too far down the road. We have a chance today to make sure that we're doing the best for the people of Colorado. And that's what this amendment does. It says, yes, you get your presidential primary. Absolutely. We're listening to you, people of Colorado. And we're also making sure that the access to the ballot makes the most sense. And if something goes out there far beyond what we're looking to do, we trigger language that allows us to be much more efficient when it comes to the process. And people can get the ballot who want it, but those who don't, they won't return the postcard. Versus what happens here, everybody gets a ballot. That's a huge cost to the state as well, by the way. I ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the amendment. This amendment is specific to be able to cut out the language that has a temporary primary elector. That's a good thing to cut it out. What I would ask Representative Garnett, as he spoke to the amendment and said that the county clerks, and I would love for clarification on this, but do the county clerks actually want this temporary primary elector in law, in statute, if this bill were to pass? Because this cuts it out and puts it to our existing law if, in fact, the initiative, any initiative, doesn't pass. So I would be concerned or actually be very inquisitive to see if our county clerks want a temporary, automatic primary elector, and if they can keep track of that. Thank you.
Just a second, Representative Garnett. Let me just remind members that when we're at the well, we don't call each other out by name, even in a friendly debate. Thanks. Please proceed, Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to my colleague's question from Jefferson County, the county clerks do want this amendment. They want this amendment because this is what works. This is what would work for them. What would work for them is to add a few lines to the postcard to every time you interface with the voter registration system, that there would be a temporary affiliation box or option compared to the language that was just read about what could become a super ballot. The county clerks and our practitioners don't believe the super ballot is implementable. Not only is the cost astronomical, and the formula that we currently use to fund primary elections is 90% or 90 cents covered by the state, and then 10 cents or whatever remaining cost is covered by the county clerks. And so it would drive the costs up so much, and they believe it would cause so much chaos, but getting ballots back where voters hadn't read the instructions and had voted for both candidates in the same election, tossing out the entire ballot, that this is more could work moving forward. And so I would argue that this is what the practitioners believe could be implementable moving forward.
Is there further discussion? Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm holding this big, bad ballot initiative that's being threatened to us by big business and billionaires and other folks saying that if we don't act, they're going to push this through. And as I read through it, there are some ominous things in here, but one thing I didn't notice is it has nothing to do with the actual presidential primary. In fact, it says in here that provisions shall not apply to a primary for President of the United States if such an election is held. And it's just Title I. It's just amending to Title I. So here we have, if this passes, we are going to make changes into statute. We've seen earlier bills that try to bind future legislators. Next session, we can make changes to statute if we are lucky enough to be elected again. We've seen earlier today and heard other bills that Senate Bill 228, we should have had $200 million in funding this year. But guess what? We changed that this year, and we took $50 million away from transportation. We can make these changes. I just don't see why we need this amendment to make changes in statute when the ballot initiatives themselves are just statute. That's all they are. Just statute. Members, we do not need this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is statutory change. So does everybody understand that this is different than like the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which I know everybody on the left loves, or Amendment 23, which of course everybody on the right loves, because we love children, or Gallagher or that. It's not in the Constitution. It's statutory change. So again, I don't think this ballot initiative is going to pass, but even then we can come back and fix it next year. Instead, we're deciding to have a knee-jerk reaction, as we often do in this chamber, and saying we need to pass legislation now. We have 2 weeks left in the session. We need to pass it now. Every time we do this is where we end up with legislation that we have to come back and fix later. So we're rushing this through. It's something that we can fix statutorily, because it's not like we have to run a constitutional amendment. So this big, bad outside group that's threatening us, it has no teeth. I urge a no vote.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to address real quick, so there's 4 ballot initiatives that are going through this process right now. 98 is the one we're focusing on, but 140 is actually the presidential primary ballot initiative too. So it's not, and then they can join them at the end of this process. So it's not that the presidential primary one doesn't exist, it's just a different one going through the process right now.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my good fellow from Elizabeth. Sorry, Madam Chair, I just had to kind of throw that in there. Representative Dorr, so again, but all of those 4 are statutory changes, correct? They're not constitutional ballot initiatives like your Tabors and stuff. So again, we can fix it. We don't need to do something now.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L038? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L038. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. To the bill. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1454? Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the bill, we heard a lot of discussion. Obviously, it centers around it. Being able to have our constituents, especially our unaffiliates, participate in a presidential primary, and obviously the Republican Democrats would like to do the same thing. Our committee report had a lot of discussion about it, and some people are under the theory that if we in fact have this temporary unaffiliated or affiliated elector, then we'll be able to have more participation. But unfortunately, what this bill doesn't address, it actually specifically excludes our minor parties. And as many people know, we have a tremendous amount of participation in minor parties. And with all our discussion about participation, I found it a little disconcerting that the language inside this bill actually cuts out all the minor parties, not just some, and in another section it limits to 15%, those that are in there. Well, those people, libertarians, Green parties, Constitution Party, those folks want a voice, and they have chosen not to be unaffiliated. They want to be in a party. The major party focus on this bill, along with the fiscal note, is really just funding for major parties a primary, and at the same time not funding and excluding out of this process the minor parties. And so with that, I would like to move L020.
Thank you.
And ask that it be properly displayed. L020, please. I move.
Amendment L020 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Leonard, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very simple amendment that basically puts the minor parties back in as our electorates in our process here for presidential primaries. On these, the definition in this bill changes the definition of political party to only mean the major parties. And as someone who has been active in a minor party, I, for years, always thought it quite disingenuous for the major parties to look at themselves as if the world of ideas only revolved around the major parties, when really it's the minor parties on both sides of the spectrum that influence the ideas inside the major parties. It may take longer to do so, but the real idea here is to change, in this bill, to change the definition of political party is very exclusionary to many of our constituents. Obviously, the unaffiliates would affiliate more with a minor party than they would with the major party. So this just strikes and says that the definition that we use in statute currently as a political party would also be the definition that we should use in this bill. And so I would urge an aye vote for L020. Thank you.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, we heard that this is about giving the people a voice. What about those in a minor party? No, they deserve a voice. Like, I know it might not bother some of the friends on this side of the aisle because your party has always been a major party, but there was a time in history where my party wasn't a major party. We were a minor party, and because of a very important issue, we became a major party. But I fear that if the government, the state government here, is picking winners and losers and subsidizing only two private organizations, if we ever had that same circumstance, we wouldn't see a rise in a minor party. If this is truly about giving the people a voice, let's give everyone a voice, including those in minor parties that none of us belong to. They deserve a voice too, don't they? I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have a question, because this is, I do believe that we want to have participation, and that participation should probably extend beyond just the two major parties. Does anybody know offhand how many parties we're talking about in Colorado? I mean, is there some threshold that it takes to be at least a party that would, I mean, outside of two people getting together and saying we want to have?
I believe minor parties start.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe minor parties covered in statute, and we can ask the drafter on that. But I do think there is some limiting language in reference to that. So in answer to your question, but I think I was also in the queue. I don't know. I think that sometimes me and Neville get confused. But do you just want me to answer the question and come back up, Madam Chair?
You were in the queue and you have been called upon, so
Okay,
go ahead.
perfect. So in reference to that, I think there is limiting language in statute, and we can get an absolute definitive answer on that. I'm more than happy to phone a friend, so to speak. Again, we heard Representative Garnett, and I think he was right about being inclusionary. So this is a classic inclusionary thing. We always hear about third parties, and maybe it's the Greens on the left and the Libertarians maybe on the right, or whatever, American Constitutional Party, which actually Representative Leonard used to be, I believe, party chair of the American Constitutional Party. So he has experience in third parties here. So again, as we're seeing, and granted all of us in here are Republicans or Democrats, but this allows open participation, allows citizens to actually make a choice in a primary, and it also allows the minor parties to step up, put up or shut up. We hear that they don't get their voice, they're always cut out of the process. Well, here we go. This gives them an opportunity where they can weigh in and be relevant as well, and we can have an open discussion, a true open discussion on where we want to go in the direction of this country. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Garnett. Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just looked at the statute real quick, and so it looks like 10,000 is the threshold number that you have to have membership at that level. So obviously, in many cases, it'll be whoever shows up to their meeting and goes to the restroom, comes back, and is the candidate. But I think in full inclusion, this should be on there, and so I would accept this as a friendly amendment.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to my colleague from Jefferson County, you're right. My intention is to have as many voices heard in this process as possible, and to make sure that no one's disenfranchised, including minor parties. So I would see this as a friendly amendment as well.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L020? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L020. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. To the bill. Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that vote, members. This was now, I would like to move Amendment L025.
Would you like to move it, or do you move it?
I move L025, please. Thank you. And ask that it be properly displayed. This would now be...
Amendment L025 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is now just a cleanup for the minor parties. Later on in the bill, there's a 15% threshold that minor parties, now that it's been accepted that they could be involved in it, this removes the language of a minimum threshold that was designed to keep out the minor parties, to make sure that it was all major. So this language in this amendment strikes that 15% minimum so that the minor parties are in fact allowed to be on this primary and are not excluded because they don't have a threshold. So I would ask for your favorable support on this. Thank you.
Representative Dorr.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and I understand where you're coming from, Representative Leonard. I'm a little bit concerned, though, because you're dealing with the political party rules. So the party rules and are affiliated with the political party that received at least 20%. So I don't know if we're going into an area where, by striking that, are we unintentionally, in that case, affecting the political party's abilities to continue to maintain how they want the primaries to be run. from the perspective of the rule. So you may be in the right place, but we may need a different amendment to cure that and not do too much beyond what your intention is.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree that striking lines 25 through 27 is something that even with minor political parties, they will have they should have a definition in their party rules of what a bona fide candidate is, and that's an important part of this process. So at the moment, as is, I would urge for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L025? Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For a procedural matter, I would ask if Representative Leonard's willing to pull this amendment right now, we could have the discussion before we have the vote to make sure we get to the right place and maybe alleviate this confusion.
Representative Leonard.
Then we can talk about it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn to the bill. Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members, thank you for your time in hearing this bill. This bill is really about inclusion at the end of the day. This would recreate a presidential primary and open up the primary process to more people that can then concurrently participate in it today. I want to tell just a brief story about why there was a problem with the caucuses this year. Obviously, we had incredible turnout in both the Republican and Democratic presidential caucuses this year, and that's a good thing. But what we weren't ready for was that incredible interest and that incredible turnout. And so chaos kind of ensued at certain caucus sites. People couldn't even get in to certain caucus sites to make their preference for a president known. So people were disenfranchised in this process because they weren't able to get into their caucus site and actually vote for their presidential candidate of choice. But even then, even beyond all of that, members, there's still a problem. Our process today for selecting our presidential nominees is cumbersome. You have to start out at the caucus, get elected as a delegate, continue on to the county convention, continue on to the congressional district convention, continue on to the state convention. It's an incredible time commitment. And for people who can't afford to take that time away, they're excluded from the process. I saw a friend that I went to high school with at my caucus site, and he was so passionate about his candidate of choice for president. So passionate that he got elected to be a delegate to the county assembly. A couple weeks later, we have the county assembly, and he's there as a delegate for his candidate. But the process for certifying the alternates and certifying the delegates took so long that he couldn't stay. And he came to me and he said, "Is there anything I can do? Do I have any options? I've stayed as long as I can, but I can't miss work today. I have to go. Is there anything I can do to make sure my voice is heard in my choice for president?" And it was painful, colleagues, to tell him no. To tell him, "I'm sorry, this process has taken too long. I'm sorry that you have to go to work, that you have to provide for your family. There is no other process, there is no alternative for you to make your choice heard." If we had this, if we had a presidential primary, he would have never had that problem. He could have voted for his candidate and been done with it. And he would have been enfranchised and fully participated in the system. But because of the system we have today, he wasn't afforded that luxury. That's why this bill is so important. That's why this bill will result in a more inclusive process that takes more opinions, more beliefs, more viewpoints into consideration, and ultimately makes both parties stronger. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm torn about this bill. I'm a passionate, lifelong committed Democrat. I like for Democrats to be the ones who choose the Democratic nominee. But I'm also an American government professor, and I believe in democracy, and I believe in citizenship, and I believe in participation. So, do I say that I want to exclude people who aren't real Democrats from a Democratic primary? Or do I say that I want to make certain that all Coloradans have a chance to voice their opinion when they say which one they want to participate in and help decide who the presidential nominees are going to be? I am torn. But even though I am a passionate, committed, lifelong Democrat, I also want to see participation. So I think I'm supporting this bill. Thank you.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I think we did see some issues with not enough accommodations at this last caucus. And I really think that's a problem with the party bosses, them not really having it together and being able to accommodate all these people. But I see some issues with this bill, specifically the fiscal note. I don't think the fiscal note even comes close to actually covering the costs. I think the indirect cost of this bill is going to be enormous on our county clerks. When you add another election in between two election cycles, they might be running 3, 4, if there's a recall, maybe 5 elections all at one time. And I think the indirect costs are going to be huge. Now, that said, we did hear from the Secretary of State's office that this would cover all the costs. And therefore, I move L036.
Amendment L036 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, this is a statewide election. If all the costs are covered with a $5 million fiscal note, let's let the Secretary of State run it. They don't need to conscript our county clerks to run it. Let's let them do it. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not even sure how practically that would work because the counties run the election operations. The Secretary of State's office oversees to make sure those work in a fair and legal way. But I think we would be asking the Secretary of State's office to do something of which they don't have the ability to do because we do allow the counties. In fact, we entrust the counties with that operation. I'd ask for a no vote because this is not a practical activity for the Secretary of State's office.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also rise in opposition to this amendment. I should clear some things up. Some comments were made earlier that the county clerks may be fully on board with this bill. They're actually in a position of neutral right now. They have not had a chance to have their legislative committee meeting, so they haven't taken an official position on this bill. But I am confident that they would oppose this amendment. Because this usurps their authority. We have an election system, members, that is done by our local county clerk and recorders. This would make it to where the Secretary of State completely administers a primary election, which is not the case today. This goes against local control because I had to get that key word in there. This goes against local control because it's our local county clerks that conduct our elections. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition. I believe the Secretary of State is currently in litigation about the costs of elections and where they get the funds currently to pay for the elections as is.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do understand that the Secretary of State may not have the capability currently, but we heard that the fiscal note covers all the costs. So they should be able to buy all the election equipment, staff all the folks they need to run this. They pick the election machines, sole source it. I think they could go ahead and purchase those machines and move forward with this. So I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L036? Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also urge a yes vote on this amendment. This reduces unfunded mandates. The Secretary of State said that he likes this bill, so I think this is a great amendment. I think we should pass this.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L036? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L036. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer, this was a cleanup amendment, so I'd like to offer, I move for Amendment L040, please. And ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L040 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the replacement amendment for the one that I withdrew that allows the minor parties to have a voice inside this presidential primary, but at the same time, it keeps the major parties with their 20% threshold, and the minor parties are now, according to the statute, which is a 5% or 10,000 folks. So this now just corresponds with the statute. So I asked for an aye vote to allow the minor parties' participation in the presidential primary.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would second that aye vote on this amendment. This was the so that we weren't striking out more than we intended to with the previous amendment. This actually simples it down to the major party, and the threshold for major party stays in existence. The minor party threshold, which is in statute already and is cited there, becomes a minor party requirement. And so it goes forward with, I think, making the First Amendment with regards to letting a minor party have access to the ballot, making sure that we're defining the minor party according to Colorado statute. And I see this as a favorable amendment to the bill.
The committee will stand in a brief recess.
So what does this do? Well, it's a smaller.
Ready? The committee will come back to order. Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like a little bit more explanation as to what this amendment does. From the way I read it, it is allowing unaffiliated to vote in minor party primaries. I'd like to get some clarification on it. Thank you.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Rosenthal, so a little bit ago here we talked about should minor parties, if they have a primary, have access to this primary ballot. And so the idea that we want to make sure that we have legislation, when we're talking about hearing the voters of Colorado, we want to hear all the voters of Colorado. So we started with adding that piece where the minor parties were allowed access to the primary ballot. So I'm saying their names can be on it. If they have people running for office and there's a primary, they can be on it. The problem we came up with in the initial draft of the amendment was that it was written in a way that actually struck the language for the major parties. So you didn't have the threshold, you wouldn't figure out who was minor, who was major. So we ran an amendment that would define through the Colorado statute what is minor, what is major, so that there at least has to be a threshold so that you don't have a party of 12 people showing up and saying, hey, we're a political party, we want to be on the ballot. There's some thresholds in statute. The threshold that we're looking at doing here cites it to where it's at 5%. We're actually going to get some clarifying language on that, but that becomes the threshold. So you have to have shown in previous elections that you received 5% of the votes to be qualified as a minor party. Once you have that qualification, then it would allow you the ability to be on a primary ballot if your party has a primary for that next primary cycle. If you miss the 5% threshold over the past 2 cycles, you don't qualify. So this is just making sure the statute that we currently have in Colorado for minor parties is written into the legislation so that it's defined so that those who want to be on the ballot, if they have a primary, for minor. No, they would get the ballot for their party. Oh, sorry. The question was, could minor parties start voting in major party? No, they would get the party ballot for themselves. So this is a good amendment. I would like, can we have a 2-minute recess?
The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for that inconsistency in some language here. I move substitute amendment L043 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. Amendment L043 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologize. In line 4, this is identical to the last one, except it adds subsection A into this statute here that was missing. And this has to do with the 5% minimum threshold that a minor party has to achieve in a statewide amendment, a statewide election, and this specific subsection deals with that. So this now cleans it up to allow the major party to have its threshold and the minor parties to have their threshold. As in statute, it allows for all the unaffiliates to be able to participate in both minor and major parties, as we would anticipate. So therefore, I ask for an aye vote on this substitute amendment. Thank you.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Representative Leonard. Thank you for clarifying some of the language. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. It is consistent with statute, so I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L043? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L043. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, the bill that's before you right now is essentially the presidential primary bill. And it is a response to what we heard from so many of our constituents on March 2nd. Because on March 1st, think back to where you were when you went to your caucus, but when I showed up, I saw long lines. I saw lines around elementary schools, lines around middle schools. When I was walking through those lines, I was talking to Democrats who wanted to participate in the process, who described people in their lives who also wanted to participate but weren't able to for a plethora of reasons. I heard they weren't able to participate because they had kids home sick and one of the parents had to stay home. I heard from folks who had friends who had to work. We are going to be replacing long lines and bad parking and disenfranchised voters with a ballot in your mailbox. In 2014, Colorado was 4th in voter participation across the country, primarily because as a body we've taken the lead to increase participation in our voting process, but only 54% of registered voters voted. This bill is going to make sure that moving forward in presidential elections coming up, that every voter who wants to participate gets a ballot in their mailbox. They have an opportunity to participate, and we are going to sidestep the caucus process the caucus chaos that we all experienced on March 1st to make sure that we preserve the caucus process for state primaries moving on in the future, and I would urge an aye vote on House Bill 1454.
Is there further discussion on House Bill? Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of House Bill 1454. And really, I can't say I rise in strong support of House Bill 1454, but I do support it, and I'll walk you a little bit of the reason why. You know, I'm a Democrat. I'm a very strong Democrat, very dedicated. And yeah, I know that's a surprise to some of you, but I have been my whole life. Hello, I'm from San Francisco, right? So when I look at this bill, and I know there was some discussion earlier about, well, you know, the party bosses are going to like this, and I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, why would they want to like this? And I'm thinking, I'm looking at the language and what it's going to do, and it's allowing voters who are not Democrats to be participating in our primaries for president. Now, I happen to believe personally that it's important to just listen to, you know, if a party is going to nominate someone, who should be making that decision? It should be Democrats, in my case. So it took a little bit of travel for me to work through this process as to whether I should support this or not. And so part of that process began, like many of you, with the caucus that we just had. The absolute crush of people that we endured when we were going to our caucus locations. Now, mind you, I love it when there are lots of Democrats. As I said, it's great when there are a lot of them. But the problem is we were all in the same spot at the same time. And that really wasn't the good thing. And I mean, I couldn't even get to the gym to talk about how I supported Hillary Clinton for president. It was like I couldn't get in there. So we caucused in all sorts of classrooms in a high school. And so I was thinking to myself, There's got to be a better way. Just sort of, it started to get a reality check for me that maybe this is just not going to work. And then I started hearing from my constituents, one by one by one by one, saying this has got to stop. We cannot do this. People of all ages, particularly folks who are senior citizens, saying, I can't endure this. This is too much. You've got to change this. Then there was a second part of my thought process, my journey to supporting this bill. And the other thought process began with, I had a House District 9 breakfast. And we discussed this. I wanted to discuss this with my constituents. And I asked for, after the discussion, I said, by the way, I'm not going to tell you what I think. I asked for a free and open discussion. And afterwards, I had a show of hands. It was split down the middle. I thought, wow, there's just really no good sign here. So I said, okay, there's that. And then I said, okay, let me look at my district in a bigger picture. Believe it or not, my district is not majority Democratic in the city of Denver. It's actually about 40% D, 35% U, and 25% R. No, and that means that I have to listen to those unaffiliated voters who may not be at my House District 9 Democratic breakfast. And they may not be, well, actually, I know they're not, at my caucus because only Democrats went. So I think it is critical to know, not just for my district, but also where our state is going, that we accept their voices too. So I hope, members, you will go through that journey as well. You will come to the same conclusion that it is important that we hear those voices. Now, the bill spells it out. It's all in great detail. It's methodical. The clerks can work with it. And it will work. So ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Rosenthal, I just have a question. Why would this bill change that from coming to your breakfast? Do you not allow Democrats to come to your breakfast? So why would this bill change that if they wanted to come to your breakfast?
Is there further discussion? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put a lot of thought into this bill, and it's been interesting to watch as I think that it's been improved tonight. I think the people out there are demanding that they have a say in our presidential primary. I do not want a completely open primary. I want that person that goes to vote on my Republican nominee to be a Republican, and they will be under this bill. And I ask that we go ahead and pass this bill and get this show on the road.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have to go down to Libby Szabo level. It's still my favorite joke, even after all these years, and she's not in the chamber. Wait, is she here? Wait, I might have to run for my life. Anyways, Representative Rosenthal, I appreciate you talking about, quote, the party bosses. The party bosses in reference to this bill, and one of the reasons why I'm opposed is on page 10, lines 20 through 27. It's really loosey-goosey on how they select the delegates. And that's a big concern of mine because someone who worked for the Republican National Committee in the mid-90s doing high-dollar fundraising, I know exactly how this is going to go, and it's not going to be the average citizen that's going to get selected in the delegate process. But I really think the issue here, not the big party bosses, is again, who's pushing these ballot initiatives and blackmailing us here in the legislature. And it's these huge corporate interests that thank you, Representative Rosenthal. So these huge corporate interests that are pushing this, saying, if you don't do this, we're going to do this because we think we're going to get a different type of legislator out of there that's going to play ball to our interest. And that's where my big concern is, that we're being threatened with a ballot initiative because outside groups want more influence on this chamber, and I'm going to say no to that.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too have concerns about us being blackmailed by big business and billionaires, and even the party bosses now being blackmailed by them. So I move L041 and ask that it be displayed on the screen.
L041 has been properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we have seen the party bosses already cave to the special interests that we need to do this because of these big, bad initiatives coming. And what they're basically saying is, you know, hey, we're being threatened that we're going to be pushed in the water. So let's just go ahead and jump. So I have concerns if they're going to be that easily persuaded to support this legislation, how are they going to choose those delegates? What we see in other states, we see delegates chosen by donors or by the influence of big business and billionaires. So I think that we need to have some transparency to that whole process so that delegates are chosen in a manner that is transparent to everyone, and that's why I think we need a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Should we call this the Trump Amendment? Because this is what they've been arguing is this openness, but I think what we deal here, this is basically taking the parties and say you've got to rewrite all your rules. And the party structure, which we're not trying to get into with this legislation, is dealing with what the parties do. We're actually preserving that because they're membership organizations. Remember, you join the party, you become the member of the party. We don't want to get into that because that deals then you have some freedom of assembly issues and all of those as well. I'm not sure if we want to go through with that. I don't think that's where we want to go with this legislation. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, if you read the language of this amendment, that's not what it does. First of all, it's not a Trump amendment. It says, let's have a meeting, one meeting. They're not voting on anything there. They're saying party leaders have to say, this is how we're going to select the delegates under this current bill, as it's written. Instead of the party bosses choosing those wealthy donors that are going to end up being the delegates, this is going to say, hey, by the way, public, come to our public meeting. Let us tell you how we are going to do this delegate selection process, which this bill does not cover. So this doesn't force the parties to do anything. This is not a Trump amendment. This is just inform the public amendment by having an open meeting, which I think is just good public policy, letting the public know how the parties will be selecting their delegates. They're going to go to their respective conventions. For those of us that are so lucky enough to go to Cleveland, and I don't know where you guys are having your convention, Philly. So, you know, Liberty Bell, that's a great place. We're going to Cleveland. You know, I'm going to bring a copy of The Drive from 1986 with me, of course. But again, back to the amendment. This is just saying, let's have an open meeting where they're going to discuss how the delegate's going to be selected. That's not going to force the party to do anything. It's just a complete transparency amendment to make sure the party bosses aren't going to pull some shenanigans, although shenanigans can be fun sometimes, but pull some shenanigans and choose these wealthy donors, big corporate interests. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree this is not a Trump amendment because if it were a Trump amendment, it'd be a huge amendment. But I would say that this amendment, members, is not necessary. A certain former executive director of the Democratic Party, also now known as Representative Garnett, let me know that on the Democratic side, at least, these meetings are already public, so this is not necessary language. The other piece of this is that this is no different than what happens now. The parties establish their rules to allocate their delegates in the caucus system. This is simply transferring that language that currently exists to the presidential primary system. This is no different than how parties currently operate and do this. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to urge a yes vote on this amendment. I ran this amendment in committee. I think that we really need to hold those party bosses accountable. I'm sure this was an oversight when the stakeholders met, and I'm sure that the party bosses would be in favor of this amendment. My other question would be, is this a Neville P or a Neville T amendment? I'm a little confused. It looks like an S up there. Could you clarify?
Representative Neville P.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, it is a Neville P. So thank you for clarifying that. We have so much confusion on that for every cow we do and everything. So I appreciate that. But again, folks, I just want to point out once more that if our party bosses could be so easily influenced into caving to the pressure of billionaires and big business, that maybe we need to hold them accountable. Maybe they need to make sure that doesn't happen when they choose our delegates. We heard in committee that this bill leaves it completely up to the party how they choose the delegates. And we see in other states where the billionaire donors come in and tell the party chair who gets to go to be a national delegate. That's just not right. So I think at the very minimum, let's just have an open meeting to discuss it. If we're already doing this, then that's great, as we hear all the time. I can't tell you how many times I've heard it. If I had a dime for every time I heard, this is already being done, so let's just go ahead and codify it in statute. Well, if this is already being done, and it's a good thing that's being done, let's put it in statute. Let's make them be transparent.
Representative Sane.
Members, this amendment is so great, I'm already sick of it, but I do urge a yes vote.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to get my friends on the left, this is a single payer amendment that you may want to support. A single meeting, actually, it's a two-party system, like a two-state solution for Representative Leonard. But in all seriousness, if you read the bill, page 10, for those of you that are following along at home, where we're talking about allocation of delegates, and then the actual delegates, as Representative Neville brought up, and who actually goes to our conventions. That's not covered in the bill. So it basically has the allocation language, but does not cover who. So this will allow the party people, the party bosses, if you want to call them, the party leaders, to tell us who's going and how that selection process, instead of just waving my magic wand and taking my top 37 donors that are Republican donors and sending them to Cleveland this year, this will actually have some force of law that will say we need to have an open discussion about this process. So we got some assurances, and I can kind of make the joke, how do you know if a politician's lying? His lips are moving. We got some assurances from at least one party chair saying, oh, trust me, we'll follow this process. Trust us. I don't trust them. I'd rather see this in statute. I'd rather have the public have a public meeting where they can actually hear how this is going to happen. I want to make sure that the top 37 donors to the Republican or Democratic Party aren't going to be the ones representing them at their convention. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Neville P.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, Representative Humphrey said something that I really think speaks to this amendment. He said he thought this might have been an oversight in the stakeholder meetings. Well, this amendment says that we're going to have a public meeting. Well, those party bosses we heard in committee were in the stakeholder meeting. Yet, we didn't even see the bill until last Friday, and then it got sent to committee so early that we couldn't even include amendments that were longer than a page. We had no ability to do that in the time frame that we saw this bill. It was rushed right through. So we saw those meetings that included the big business and the billionaires and the party bosses. I don't know if they were in smoke-filled rooms. Maybe it was. But we saw them. So I think that we need this in statute to make sure that they're going to do this publicly.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do urge a yes vote on this because this actually slows down the process enough to encompass all folks. It gives them time to understand what's going on. It's an amendment big enough to fit everybody. please vote yes.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate this discussion, but let's take it back to a sense of reality. We actually have historical precedent for it because the last presidential primary we had was in 2000. And in 2000, we had both a primary and we had a delegate selection system based on the caucus. And I actually went through the caucus and after we had a presidential primary, and I got elected to be a delegate to the Democratic National Convention in Los Angeles, where we selected the next president of the United States, Al Gore. And the problem, no, we selected the next president. So, and by the way, members, I was not anointed. I was not selected by any billionaires or party bosses. I worked my tail off getting myself elected. I put in my own money. I worked hard, and I am not a wealthy individual now, nor was I then. So that's a bit insulting to say that this is really how the system is going to work when truly we already have precedent for it. Folks like myself who work so hard, and by the way, let me just tell you right now, some of the folks, at least on the Democratic side, who have become delegate to National Convention in Philadelphia, they're doing fundraisers right now because they're trying to scratch together the money to go on this trip. All right? And I don't care. I give to both sides, whether they're Bernie or Hillary, I'm giving to both sides. And like, look, they're trying so hard to go to National Convention, and they are not anointed. They worked hard. They campaigned for it. So I think this argument may sound good in an abstract sense, but it does not work in reality. And we have a history of showing that the system works, the Democratic Party is transparent, and that our delegate selection system is transparent. So this amendment is not needed, therefore vote no.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Rosenthal, here is an inconvenient truth. Many inconvenient truths is what you said. You know, I appreciate that, the presidential primary that, of course, we got rid of. But again, if you read the language of the bill, we hear that this is going to preserve the caucus process and the current delegate selection process. But if you read the language of the bill on page 10, it muddies the waters as if we're going to still maintain what we currently have. Full disclosure, I am a national delegate. I campaign my butt off as well. I spent a whole $40 of my own money to campaign and pay for a mail piece and make phone calls. So I work the grassroots system as it is, but this bill muddies the waters if you read lines 20 through 27 after delegate allocation, whenever this primary may come up, it's going to be the party that's going to make the decision. We also heard in testimony in committee that our own party chair for Republicans said, trust me, we'll do this the right way. That does not necessarily mean it's going to be followed or will be followed. So at least let the public be informed on how this is going to go down, how this is going to happen. Let's have some transparency here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make sure the public is informed and we do not have these party bosses, as it could turn out to be, controlling the process. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Representative Rosenthal. I have to tell you, though, I absolutely agree with you. I worked so hard to get elected national delegate. I got my neighbors across the street. I got my neighbors next to me. I said, you know what? I love you guys. Can you come to the caucus tonight? And can you vote for me for delegate? And that's exactly what I want to hold on to, is that grassroots ability to be able to get your neighbors involved instead of going to that point of whoever has the most money wins. It's not healthy. So I ask you to support this amendment.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L041? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L041. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Humphrey.
this up to Representative Garnett Height here. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, is this a little better now? Members, I draw your attention to the back side of the bill, lines 12, 13, and 14, where you will observe Section 16, the safety clause. Yes. Yes. I have here a memo to members of the General Assembly from the Office of Legislative Legal Services. We'll call it Exhibit A. I read the following. A bill with a safety clause is not subject to the citizen's right, I'll get this right eventually, is not subject to the citizen's right to file a referendum petition against all or any part of the bill. And it can take effect immediately after the governor signs it. A bill without a safety clause is subject to the citizen's right to file a referendum petition against all or any part of the bill. The earliest date that this bill can take effect is the day after the expiration of the 90-day period following adjournment of the General Assembly. Now, if this bill is truly about the individual voter, about the people, as opposed to, say, the party bosses, who I'm sure were there at the stakeholder meeting when the bill was written, and this was an oversight, because sometimes this is boilerplate language and it just gets put in a bill, and I can understand that. So, members, I move L023 and request that it be properly and vividly displayed.
Amendment L023 has been moved and is displayed before us. Please proceed, Representative Humphrey. Vivid as it is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you'll see simply that this amendment strikes the safety clause and instead substitutes a petition clause. And I think that this, hopefully, will be considered to be a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Bruce. Oh, I mean Humphrey. I understand the arguments around it, but we have the safety clauses are in most of our legislative for a reason. I'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would support this. Here we're doing everything for the people to give them a chance to be able to vote, and I would imagine that we should give them the opportunity to petition something that has 4 years before it actually is worthwhile. But we also heard some testimony that the county clerks think that this initiative, this bill in itself is better to be able to implement than maybe a coming initiative, because the initiative has all kinds of problems. And part of the issue here is the rush that we're having, that the county clerks did not get time to weigh in on this issue. And that's because it's been rushed so quickly, Friday to testimony on Monday to here we are on second reading after another appropriations meeting. And so it's signified really here in the safety clause. It shows how much the rush is, and I think that people would like to be able to weigh in along with those that have to implement what's coming down the pike. And I think we need to be able to have a discussion about how we're negotiating against ourselves in this issue. So I would absolutely support removing the safety clause and having a petition opportunity for our constituents. Thank you.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we don't win anymore. And I don't know about you, but I, for one, am tired of losing. So if you want to win again, you'll support the safety clause and vote no on this amendment. I ask for a no vote.
Marilyn, is there a rule against reusing bad jokes too often? Apparently not. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Humphrey, you have your legacy here. This is, we see this over and over, you championing the people. And you know, it's funny because a petition clause is important because it also takes petitions to get a ballot initiative, but we seem to be so scared of those ballot initiatives. But I don't think we should be scared. I think if we're truly giving the people a voice, we should allow them to petition against this. We won't have an election until 2020. There's plenty of time. There's no need for a safety cause. We're not going to see an uproar in our streets. We're not going to see chaos and outbreaks of disease and zombie apocalypses because without this bill. So I think we need to get rid of the safety clause and do a petition clause.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And folks, what's the rush here? I know if Senator Guzman would here, she'd say, let's take it down a notch and let's slow it down.
She might not say it, she might sing it.
But seriously, members, who are we afraid of here? Are we afraid of the voters? Are we afraid that the voters are going to petition against this? Are we afraid of them voting against our voting bill? I would urge a yes vote on this. This is for the people. We should not curtail the right of our citizens to petition their government. It's just that simple. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I agree with what was just said. This does slow down the process. We've been talking about the people. Well, let's give the people a voice. A great way for them to weigh in and preempts whatever potential threat and blackmail we're getting from these big corporate interests, because the people have already weighed in and say if this bill does pass, they'll be able to weigh in through this process and say, look, we're going to fight this bill through Article 5, which is a whole other issue. Representative Sane, we'll talk about that later. But this gives them an opportunity to have their voice heard earlier on in the process instead of getting steamrolled by these big money interests. I urge an aye vote on this. And yes, thank you, Representative Humphrey, for being a champion and doing the safety clause dance. Thank you.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just also want to point out that it was a little bit insulting hearing some of the name calling here in the well. Representative Humphrey is not a convicted criminal and doesn't need to be treated as such.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L023? Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would urge the sponsors to reconsider their decision and treat this as a friendly amendment. It seems to me part of the dilemma in this whole discussion is if we tell the voters what we're going to do to their initiative if they pass their initiative, that causes some concern. But I think it's far worse to let them pass an initiative and then fix it later. That's suicide. With this amendment, if we pass this bill as amended, it'll see the light of the day, the press will cover it, and then the voters with this amendment can then address it if they don't like it. That's about as sunshiny as we can get with this whole mess. So I would ask with respect Representative Moreno and Dorr to accept this amendment, because that solves a lot of problems of the strangeness of us taking away from the voters what they may do by a ballot initiative. So let's pass this.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L023? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L023. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I was a little uncertain about this bill and the way that it was written, but I think a lot of those concerns have been addressed. Now, let me tell you that I think that this is an issue that needs to be addressed here in the state of Colorado, most definitely, and that we should allow our independent voters to be able to participate in this process, because we've seen the mess that's taken place across the nation, and particularly in New York. In New York, there was a question about if independent voters were allowed to vote, that on the Democrat side, the results would have been much different. Is it getting hot in here? I'm feeling a little bit of I feel burning up here, you know. And anyway, oh, a little birdie just showed up, by the way. And I think the results would have been much different had independent voters in New York been able to vote. This is a truing up of democracy. It is the ability of independent voters to come in and participate in it, whether it's a two-party primary or minor parties getting involved. And that's a true up of democracy. That is the ability of people to vote prior to a general election. That's a big deal. That's a big deal because why wouldn't we let them? Why wouldn't we? That's 1/3 of Coloradans being able to participate in a primary and make decisions on who moves forward into a general election. Now, maybe this isn't a perfect bill, but I've never seen a perfect elections bill, ever. My 3 years sitting on state affairs, never have I seen a perfect elections bill. And this one will probably need a lot of tweaking too as we move along the way, as we roll it out and we find out a little bit more about how the mechanics are working. But this is something that I think that we need. And I think that the caucus this time around told us an awful lot. This is something that we do need. And I heard it from my constituents that they want to move towards a presidential primary instead of the caucus system. So I ask for a yes vote, and we know that this isn't the long bill, so I hope we don't have amendments going all the way up into the 60s. But anyway, I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would totally agree that the idea that we all want, because our constituents want it, is to be able to participate in the primary, in a presidential primary. The objections in this bill, and you can tell by the amendments, is that this bill is not the mechanism in which to best bring about that presidential primary. Yes, the amendments are helping to clean it up, but we still have problems in here. But the number one issue is the rush that we have to do it. If we're all of like mind, that we all would like a presidential primary to include unaffiliates, why aren't we able to pause and to be able to get input from all interested people, especially unaffiliates, and to be able to come up with a process that really does meet everybody's needs, has a fiscal note that's not nearly as strong as this one is, and has the timing right to be able to accommodate some of what each party wants as far as publicity, et cetera. So the issue is not, do we or do we not want a presidential primary and people to participate? It's, does this bill and its contents give us that process that's the best one? And we don't know that because it's been introduced on one day, heard on another day, and here we are ready to pass it without any input from those who are most affected by this bill. And that's why I would urge a no vote in this bill so that we're able to better get input from others on this process. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1454? Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L045. And I ask that it be properly displayed.
L045 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, earlier we heard some version of caucus shaming, where people couldn't take off the time to go to caucus and participate. So what this amendment would do It was a guarantee, just like we do in our November elections, that an employee, if he or she so asks, can participate in their precinct caucus if they request. So this should solve the problem that we're trying. This is the heart of the problem, because in those caucus precincts, in that first evening especially, we vote for our neighbors to go to these district meetings. We vote for our neighbors to go to county assembly. We vote for our neighbors to go to state. So they have multiple chances at voting to pick their presidential candidate. I think this resolves the problem that I heard earlier from the sponsor of this bill, that people simply can't take the time off of work to do this. So let's make it like the elections we have in November. Let's give them that time to do that. That precious, precious time to be able to cast their vote for the person that will represent them in those precinct caucuses and in those district meetings and ultimately at state. Urge a yes vote.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I challenge this amendment in that it does not fit under the title.
Stand at a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Chair rules that the amendment does not fit under the title. To the bill. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, members, we keep hearing over and over that we have big business, billionaires, and party bosses that are scared that if we don't do something now, we're going to have these initiatives shoved down. So we have to do something now. I want to point out that those initiatives are statutory only. We can change them at any time. In fact, we don't have the next election till 2020. Yet here we are late at night debating this huge bill. I don't think the public has actually gotten to see the very specifics of this bill because it wasn't even introduced until right around this time last week, actually on Friday of last week. And so here we are rushing this through in the late hours of night because we are being blackmailed by big business, billionaires, and now party bosses who feel that they can accept this because they had a seat at the table. I don't think that's a good way for us to develop policy that's supposed to give people an actual voice. I, for one, have never been one to be scared or blackmailed by any big business or billionaire, and I'm not going to do it now. I think we need to have a further discussion on this bill. I think we need to have, we see stakeholder meetings that take for much smaller issues on bills that are much smaller to this. The stakeholder meetings that last throughout the interim on bills that are much less trivial than this. We're talking about $5 million. $5 million fiscal note. And I don't even think that'll come close to covering the actual costs. Yet here we are in the late hours of the night rushing this bill through. I urge a no vote.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to echo some comments from Representative Neville on the style of negotiating here on this. And I think holding this body hostage or the word blackmail has come up. I think the real issue here is citizens and citizen groups, wealthy people, those who are activists, community organizers, can do anything they want for a citizen initiative, and that's a wonderful thing about our state, to be able to do that. But we saw this the other year with the oil and gas. I think we all remember about how all these initiatives were run and the governor started negotiating and no side was happy with threats of who's going to spend what money running what initiatives. This is a very poor way for us to pass legislation, especially something as important as this that has to do with our constitutional republic. For us to look and say, well, if we don't do something, something's bad's going to happen in November, that tells our citizens, our voters, that we don't respect them and their voting opinion. We think that if people pour billions and billions of dollars into ads on television, that they're going to get the voters to act their way. I think people have pointed out already today how many flaws are in proposed pieces of citizens' initiatives that are coming down the pike. Those are all valid points that we get to argue in front of the electorate between now and November, the election. And I think we ought to embrace that discussion rather than run from it, shy from it, and definitely negotiate from the position of weakness that this bill is initiated with. And that's what I would urge us to stop negotiating with terrorists and be able to focus directly on what legislation is good for our state without any threats of anybody else in the background telling us what to do and how to do it. And so that's why I would urge a no vote on this piece of legislation in order to be able to form a much more concise and piece of legislation that has far more consensus with our folks than just late-hour debate that we seem to find ourselves in today. Thank you very much.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1454? Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Dorr, yes, we do have 6 or 7 more amendments. So let's start with I move L034 and ask it to be displayed.
Amendment L034 is properly displayed, has been properly moved. Please proceed, Representative Everett.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. And so let's talk about a presidential primary, shall we? Representative Carver, this is for you, so I want you listening. I want you and Representative Willett to stop. So let's talk about what does this look like? What are we going to have presidential primary-wise? What this amendment does is currently we have our primary, as in state legislator, U.S. Senate, whatever, all in statute on the last Tuesday of June. This moves it to the first Tuesday of June and then puts a presidential primary in there that aligns with the first Tuesday in June. So why is this important? First of all, for the bill sponsors and for those of you that are for it, they're looking at this huge $5 million fiscal note. I think we heard somebody say it could be exponentially more than that. This kind of kills the fiscal note. It also creates structure for what this presidential primary is going to be. So we also heard arguments saying, we want Colorado to be relevant. We want Colorado to be relevant. So what's going on right now? Who is having a first Tuesday in June primary as they have it now? It's California. Don't judge me. South Dakota, New Mexico, New Jersey. A total of 303 delegates, at least on the Republican side, available. For the Common Core Mass side, I'm not sure how many delegates they're allotting. But this is in play. It's important. I don't think we're going to get the presumptive nominee type of situation anymore. I think this country is moving in a different direction. We're going to have these ongoing debates, and there's not going to be a front runner that's just going to carry it all the way through. Colorado will be relevant. This will be our own Super Tuesday. This puts it into statute saying this is how we're going to run our presidential primary. Everybody's going to have a primary, state rep, U.S. Senate, Congress, president. It's all going to be on the same day, and it's going to be all-inclusive. And I urge an aye vote, because let's tell us how we're going to do it. And this amendment does that.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Everett, I so appreciate your interest in this, in reducing or if not eliminating the fiscal note. I think what most folks don't understand is that the date of the presidential primary, the date of presidential caucuses in each state are actually selected by the national parties. They're not, we don't set them in statute. It's actually the national parties that determine the order of states that have their primary or have their caucus. And so this would severely disrupt that process and actually would mean that Colorado has less significance in the long run because we lose our placement in that order of presidential primaries or caucuses. So I really appreciate the intent behind this amendment and trying to combine resources and make sure that we are fiscally responsible. But the trade-off is that we do lose our place in the presidential nominating contest. And for that reason, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That has a piece of it. However, if we're obligated through statute on where we have to run our presidential primary, that's something the national party is going to have to take in consideration, first and foremost. At the same time, we're talking about losing delegates potentially, which is what we heard with the straw poll and binding and all that fun stuff. In reality, that's only if you try to move up. So currently by party rules, and I think this is both Republicans and Democrats, let's not talk about minor parties at this point, but if you move up before like Iowa, or you move up before New Hampshire, or you move up before X or Y, those states that have lobbied their national party to be front of the line, that's where you lose your delegates. This doesn't have anything to do with that. We're not going to lose delegates because we're actually setting a statute towards the back end. And at the same time, ask yourself this question. Would you rather have statute control this, or would you rather have your national committee control this? This, again, creates some structure, puts it in statute, gives us negotiating power if you actually think that's an issue that Representative Moreno brought up. But really, it gives us relevance. It gives us relevance and structure in this process. And if we heard from the people, they want their voices heard and they want to be relevant. And this does both. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm a little bit concerned about some of the discussion now saying that we can't support this because the national party picks the dates. Well, I, for one, certainly won't cater to national party bosses, and nor do I think we should be catering to national party bosses. And I don't think, as Representative Everett said, this will have us lose any delegates. This will eliminate the fiscal note entirely. But more importantly, I think this single-handedly would save the caucus system. Because what we've seen in Colorado since the elimination of the presidential primary has been an increase in caucus attendees year after year after year. And so if we have this that aligns it with us, we could form a system that has a hybrid system where you have the caucus, the assembly, and then the primary ultimately. So you could have presidential candidates that could get on the ballot for their primary the same exact way that, say, U.S. Senate candidates do. They could either go through the assembly or petition on. But that would still force the candidates to pick or choose the caucus system. And if they choose the caucus system, they would have to get their supporters out and turn their supporters out. And we would still see the grassroots developments that we have. I have serious concerns with the bill without this amendment. I think with this amendment and some of the other ones we saw today, but especially this one, I think I could actually support this bill. I think I could. If we could see this and a couple other amendments on it, I could support this bill. I understand that we did hear from in committee when this question was asked, we did hear from one party boss that said he didn't want it because he preferred a specific date and an earlier date, and he was going to go negotiate that with the national party bosses. But I don't think that we need to cater to their needs. I think that we should be a good steward of our taxpayers' dollars. And this amendment will eliminate the fiscal note. This amendment will eliminate the pressure that's going to be placed on our county clerks that will have to run 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5 elections at one time. Instead, they can just run it with the primary. This is a good amendment and this is good policy. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at this amendment, and with all respect for the comments that were said about how this would change the ability for the parties, the state parties, to be able to select this amendment does not do that. This language here says clearly that whenever, basically, the parties decide to have the primary, that the presidential primary will be at the same time. And then the last paragraph that strikes the line 7, that strikes last to first, already in law, in statute today under Section 3, and I'm looking on page 11 of the bill on line 5. It says, again, already in statute, primary election means the election held on the last Tuesday in June of each even-numbered year. So that's already set. And what this is saying is this is just moving it. So if there's objection with it being set at all, it's already in the statute. And if there's an objection with it being moved up, then maybe we should have a discussion about that. But this amendment moves it to make us more relevant, and it consolidates them so that we're able to have the folks that are participating be able to vote on one day, one time for the candidates of their choice rather than confuse them with multiple elections. So I would urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L034? Representative Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I've heard a lot of discussion today. There are many amendments that I've supported. This one I support as well. I think it strikes a balance. I think it would maintain the current system, create a Super Tuesday in June that would mesh and save the taxpayers a lot of money. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate this amendment. I think it does eliminate the issue of the fiscal note, creates that harmony there between the state and the presidential primary, which is fantastic. And if you note on line 7 of the amendment, and I think this is a beautiful sentiment, the last shall be first. Please vote yes.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L034? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L034. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. The chair rules the noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We actually have one more amendment. I don't know if you've been hearing from your constituents during this debate, but they're incredibly concerned. They're concerned that their voices are not going to be heard during this primary debate, and they're also concerned about the timing that it's taking to get through this process. Representative Esgar. Sorry, I'm used to calling on people.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Amendment L048 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L048 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed. Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I know our constituents have been calling us and emailing us wanting to know if we're getting the business done of the people. And we just wanted to add this amendment to really push along and remind us all that we're on Bill number 1 of 33 tonight.
Members, just to reiterate what Madam Chair.
Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a strong reminder. We are on Bill 1 of 33, so we ask for your support of this amendment.
Is there further discussion on Representative Priola?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, this amendment is very inventive, and I'm sure Paxton Lynch from Memphis State, the 26th pick in the NFL draft, the newest Bronco and possibly quarterback this fall, would probably appreciate this amendment.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate this amendment, Representative Eskar and Representative Pedersen. My understanding, however, is there's a pool going on right now, and I heard that it was $5 into the pool, which of course is a poll tax, by the way. So looking at Representative Melton, who normally runs these, so obviously Republicans also weren't allowed to participate, so that means that it's discriminatory, but let's not get into that. I believe that this is probably what the time that you guys chose in your pool, so this is, so I asked for a title ruling.
Great, members, the point has been made. Thank you so much for bringing it to the attention of the chamber. Representative Eskar, would you like to withdraw this amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will withdraw this amendment with some restraint, but yes, we'll withdraw this amendment.
To the bill. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1454? Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I know you're going to be so disappointed. This is my final amendment that I'll be offering today. I appreciate the lively debate. I mean, what's great about this chamber is when we have these important issues, these hot button issues, is we do have a lively debate. There's been some humor. There's been some seriousness. But at the end of the day, let's get back to the issue at hand. Some amendments did get on that I did support, some that I didn't. But now let's look at...
Representative Everett, do you have an amendment that you'd like to move?
I was doing my own legislative declaration, Madam Chair, but sure, I can move the amendment. I move L018 and ask to be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment L018 is displayed. It's also on everyone's desk. Representative Everett, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is on your desk if you want to follow along, and those of you that are reading on at home, then hopefully you'll be able to pull this up online. Again, we've heard these outside interests, trying to push this agenda, trying to influence the legislature, trying to blackmail the legislature. The timing seems horrible. Again, one of these last-minute important bills that were being pushed through. And here we are sitting with the next presidential election being in 2020. We have an opportunity with this amendment, which is, and you know how I am normally on commissions and studies, this creates a commission that can go throughout the state. We're talking the southwest portion of Colorado, like Durango, where Representative J. Paul Brown lives. We're talking about Pueblo, where Representative Eskar and Representative Navarro live. We're talking about northwest Colorado, where Representative Rankin, who may be somewhere in the chamber, lives. We're talking about all over the state where they're going to actually have to have hearings and hear from the people and get the right bill for a primary, for a presidential primary. This slows down the process. This gives us a timeout. This gives us a chance for citizen input to make sure that we come up with the right bill instead of being forced into something and rushed into something at the end of session. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I questioned over and over the timing of this. And we heard, well, we can't wait any longer because we are being blackmailed. But again, I don't think that's a good way to do policy. I think we should actually have a good, solid discussion on this process. The election is not till 2020, so why are we jumping the gun and writing statute immediately under the threat of blackmail? So I think this is a good amendment, and we should vote yes.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also think this is a good amendment. I'm the last one that appreciates the studies and task forces, pilot studies, and commissions, but we've already heard that there's been improvement on the bill just since its beginning to be heard on Monday, and today is Thursday, and that's just in and amongst ourselves with some feedback from well-informed constituents. Picture if everybody was able to weigh in and get a little bit of thought into this. These amendments have made it better, but there are still issues like this temporary primary elector issues that are still in here. And if we were able to pause and let a process go on that helps us be able to craft legislation. I know we want to move on this, but what our constituents look to us for is thoughtful legislation that actually solves a problem and doesn't create new ones in its wake. So I would support this amendment to be able to take us down a notch in timing, but yet move us up a notch in input from our constituents. Thank you.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I would urge a no vote on this amendment. Not only do we not need this commission, but if you look at the membership, Representative Dorr pointed out that there are no practitioners of our elections, so there are no county clerks or no one from the Secretary of State's office that is on this commission. But all of that aside, we don't need a commission to tell us what we need to do around this presidential election issue. We have heard from our voters. We've had this in the past, and we are just reinstating the presidential primary. And I'd urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. I have received a lot of emails from constituents over the last 48, 72 hours saying that we are just doing this as a knee-jerk reaction, that we're working far too fast. And I think slowing down a little bit, I think if we want to add some people to it from the Secretary of State's office or a couple of county clerks, that there's a good chance we could make that happen. But I think that slowing down and actually looking at the problem, evaluating it, is one time that even me, who usually doesn't like studies, I'm actually in favor of a study this time. I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Everett.
I know. We're going to get that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm more than happy, Representative Garnett, to entertain any amendments and put anybody else on here that you want. At the same time, why can't we bring county clerks in to come testify and say how this process would work and help educate the voters? That's what this is really all about. Again, what we've heard a lot from the bill sponsors is a sort of knee-jerk reaction. So again, let's hear from the people. Let's let this cool down to where we don't have what was considered, a guffaw in the process, for the Democrats. Ours seemed to run pretty smoothly on our side, but let's get away from that knee-jerk reaction. Let's take some time. Let's really look at this. Let's craft some quality legislation that we can all get behind. We can do this statutorily next year. At the same time, like I said, for these people, these big businesses that want to buy influence, they're pushing these ballot initiatives. This says, hey, look, we're going to do something. Just take a little time out. We're going to come up with something good that will be amenable, that will be representative of the citizens. And if they still push the ballot initiative, then clearly this isn't about the citizens, that's about their self-interest. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Winholtz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, am very pleased to see this amendment come across. I was very concerned that it was going to get lost in the melee, but this is a definite response to the emails that I've gotten, is slow this thing down. We need the time. We have got a huge election ahead of us right now. What we need to do is be sure going forward from this point that we all agree on how this should be done. This has to go back to the folks that we represent. Let's do it right. I urge a yes on this amendment.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked for a no vote on this amendment. One, it's not necessary. Two, this bill has been vetted. Representative Dorr and I actually sponsored a similar measure last session. So this has been a topic of conversation in the past. It was vetted last year. It's being vetted this year. I asked for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L018? Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I urge an aye vote on this amendment. I think this goes to the heart of the issue, that we don't need to rush this through, that we need to take our time. I would draw your attention to the Aurora Sentinel, their editorial, "Wait until election dust settles to decide Colorado presidential primary question." And they basically say that we're in the middle of this election cycle right now. And they write, state lawmakers should wait until after the dust is cleared from the entire process before working toward a fix. They could easily there could be easily something in the next few primary elections or something gleaned from the primary election we're currently in that would be useful to state lawmakers. Stand down. Neither state Republicans nor Democrats are going to gain or lose anything by waiting to tell constituents to say they fixed a presidential election 4 years from now. Find out what this looks like here and in other states after the process plays out. Create something that is as inclusive and engaging as possible, and then let the party faithfuls, the rank and file, as well as the Joe and Jane voters have a say in the matter. If legislators are compelled to do something, create an interim committee to study the issue after the election and create a bill for next year that the public can weigh in on. The system state lawmakers are trying to fix once looked good too. And they actually are very favorable in their view to most of what the bill is, but they say, look, there's not a rush, let's wait, take a look at this, let people be fully included in this process, and go from there. I urge a aye vote on L, whatever this is, the Everett Amendment. 18.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L018, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1454? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1454. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1454 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1453.
House Bill 1453, Representative Hamner, also Senator Lambert, concerning measures to enhance cybersecurity in connection with making an appropriation.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1453.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I bring to you a really important joint budget committee bill. House Bill 1453 is the Colorado Cybersecurity Initiative. I have a couple others here who might be willing to speak in favor of this bill. Former FBI Director Robert Mueller stated there are only two types of companies, those that have been hacked and those that will be. Cyber threats require deep education and context to be understood and prevented, yet there are not enough cyber professionals being trained in the U.S. Workforce development will be critical in addressing our nation's cybersecurity efforts. The time is now to develop a concerted strategy for a hub of cyber innovation in Colorado. House Bill 1453 establishes the Cybersecurity Council and National Cyber Intelligence Operations Center right here in Colorado Springs for research, education, training, and workforce development. I ask for your support for this very important initiative. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1453? Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge an aye vote on this bill. This creates the Colorado Cybersecurity Council in the Department of Public Safety. And as Representative Hamner noted, there is probably no more existential threat than we face in this country than cybersecurity attacks, viruses, and hacking. So this center will provide both research and outreach to communities all over the state to develop resources to fight against this threat. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. I would like to thank Representative Hamner for bringing this bill. This bill is really all about not just security in state of Colorado, but this is going to help national security too. Every day goes by and we hear about hacking We hear about some sort of break-in, whether it's a hospital, government agency, a business, banks, whatever. And we need to now definitely move into the direction of making all our IT businesses secure. What this center will be doing is getting research, as well as it will be also having a lot of businesses, not just in El Paso County, but all over the state, where they will be working on cybersecurity. We also, in Colorado Springs, UCCS, we have CSU, DU, several other institutions of higher education. They will be participating in producing next generation of the workforce. They all will be working here, and in spite of that, we have been told in the committees that there will be lack of available workforce. So members, this is really a good investment of our resources, and this will definitely help us moving further in the future. So I ask for yes vote.
Representative Klingenschmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge a yes vote on this important jobs bill. It's going to impact not only our district in Colorado Springs, where I'm a proud alumni of United States Space Command, which had all of the secure compartmentalized information facilities, the SCIFs, in which the cyber defense of America's national security systems was headquartered there in Colorado Springs, part of Northcom now. But in downtown Colorado Springs, what better place to build a facility that's going to protect our civilian assets and coordinate not just between Colorado, but work with all of the national agencies in Washington, D.C., to make sure that our most important national security assets are free and immune from hacking, from outside threats. This is a national security bill. And I know sometimes we don't appreciate the small role we may play as the state of Colorado, but this is not just a jobs bill, this is a national security bill. So I was proud to be a co-sponsor of this. I'm thankful to Governor Hickenlooper and the administration for promoting this, and I hope it creates thousands of jobs for the entire state of Colorado. I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1453? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1453. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1453 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 106.
Senate Bill 106 by Senator Holbert, also Representative Salazar, concerning measures to facilitate the efficient administration of Colorado laws governing campaign finance in connection with making, reducing, and appropriation.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 106 and the corresponding Appropriations and State Veterans and Military Affairs Report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Basically, that struck one word and substituted, and that's finance, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on the adoption of the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the State Veterans and Military Affairs report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, this was a strike below, and what this turned into is that we're going to provide our administrative law judges more training when it comes to campaign violations. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a Holbert Salazar bill. That is amazing in itself. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 106? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 106. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 106 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 142.
Senate Bill 142 by Senator Scott, also Representative Wyden, concerning modernization of election law provisions in connection with correcting statutory citations, updating terms of procedures to reflect modern elections administration, conforming state law to federal law, eliminating redundancies and obsolete references and practices, harmonizing durational residency requirements for certain local government elections, and making an appropriation.
Well done. Representative Wyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 142, and there is no committee report.
To the bill, Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of our State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee know that we did set a record when we passed this bill out of committee. It is the longest bill at 54 pages to have passed in the shortest amount of time, 7 minutes. Members, that tells you that this bill was thoroughly vetted and agreed upon by all parties involved, and I urge an aye vote. Oh, and it's about election cleanup.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 142? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 142. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 142 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 182.
Senate Bill 182 by Senator Lambert, also Representative Young, concerning technical revisions to the statutes governing Division of Vocational Rehabilitation.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 182. There are no committee reports.
To the bill, Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, last year, members, you may have recalled that the Joint Budget Committee ran a bill to move the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation from the Department of Human Services over to the Department of Labor and Employment. And there are a few additional cleanup things that we need to do in the statutes as a result of that move from last year. So Senate Bill 182 is the Joint Budget Committee bill that actually accomplishes those technical cleanups. I ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 182? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 182. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 182 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1446.
House Bill 1446 by Representative Hamner, also Senator Marble, concerning authorizing a local education provider to determine the language in which a student who is an English language learner takes reading assessments in kindergarten through 3rd grade.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1446 and the report from the Education Committee.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the committee, we added one amendment to clarify that if additional assessments are adopted by the state board, the districts would have the same authority in the bill to decide in which language students would take the reading assessment.
Is there further discussion on the Education Committee report? Representative Hamner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move L002 to the Education Committee report and ask that it be displayed. There it is.
Amendment L002 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Hamner to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members in the Education Committee, there was some discussion about a potential amendment that was supported by some of the stakeholders. We didn't quite have it developed. But what L002 does is put in a component of communication with parents about the language in which the student was taking the reading assessment, just to make it perfectly clear to the parents. We thought that was a good idea, so I ask your support of L002.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L002 is adopted. To the bill. I'm sorry, Representative Hamner, to the Education report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for your support of the Education Committee report.
Is there further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is adopted. Now to the bill, Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, House Bill 1446 is a really important fix to the READ Act. It's a clarification of a bill that I carried one of my first years, my second year in the legislature. And it clarifies that teachers in schools and people working most closely with the children are in the best position to determine in what language a child should take the literacy assessment. And many districts believe that that best choice is the Spanish version because these children have been instructed in Spanish. A point of clarification, I know it gets confusing in talking about this issue, but these children are also tested in English on their language acquisition. These children are tested a lot. So what this bill is about is trusting the people who work the closest with the children to make the right decision. and reduces costs and over-testing for our children. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you also, Madam Chair, for bringing the bill. I believe this is a conversation around the question of accommodation versus aspiration. Mastery of literacy in Spanish is a point of pride. We heard people testify, and that is a good thing. That is a very good thing. But this bill potentially has the unintended consequence of diluting the pursuit of English language. We heard that testified to in committee as well. I believe, as many of you in this chamber believe, that we should meet every student where they are. And the risk of this bill is that we begin to batch all students who are in the process of acquiring literacy and the English language into the same bucket. And we begin to test them all in Spanish as opposed to those that are prepared to test for literacy in English and those that need additional time to test for literacy in English. They all get lumped into the same bucket potentially, and that would be a bucket that tests only in Spanish. So I think that that probably gets in the way of those that are aspiring to assimilate to the culture, to learn English as the language, and to demonstrate their mastery of their literacy of English. So I oppose this bill.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I rise in support of House Bill 1446. And Representative Hamner, of course, thank you for bringing this and correcting the intent of the READ Act. And earlier this year, the state board, they adopted a rule that would require the English language learners who take the READ Act assessments in Spanish, that is requiring them to also take the assessment in English. So essentially it's double testing. And as Representative Hamner mentioned, our children are already being tested enough, and we don't want to put more in there. And the impact of this is the confusion of the thousands of English language learners across the state are subject to the double testing. And so the results in the increased testing time and the loss of instructional time for the very students who need more for this instruction. And so this bill will help clarify that, and want to thank Representative Hamner for bringing this and clarifying the READ Act.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Hamner, for bringing this bill. And members, we can sum up why we should all support House Bill 1446 very succinctly. It reduces time devoted to testing, it reduces costs, it reduces the number of assessments, it reduces duplication, it maintains local control, it maintains parental choice, it follows the original legislative intent of the READ Act, and it follows in line with an AG's opinion. It's a very simple yes vote. It came out of the House Education Committee overwhelmingly, and I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Representative Lundin was saying that he struggled with this bill, and so did I, because I'm very much one of those that believes that we need to move students towards the acquisition of the English language. However, when it was all said and done, the thing that changed my mind, having been in this chamber last year when we were talking about let's reduce the testing piece, I really can't see putting students through another set of tests that they're not going to be able to do well on in the first place, and in the second place, it's not going to really help them to acquire the English language. So even though I struggled with what Representative Lundin said, I came down on the side of don't give another meaningless test to these students. Spend that time to get them to have some type of proficiency in the English language. So I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the comments that have been made. The reality is this is not burdensome testing. This is one test once a year to benchmark how are we doing on our English language literacy. I think it's an important benchmark that we should keep track of, and that single test is not burdensome to do so, to achieve that objective that is, I believe, so important. One other thing that I want to point out is there is actually a governance question that interacts with this as well. We are charged with creating policies, which the READ Act many years ago did in fact come from the General Assembly. But the State Board of Education, a constitutionally created, elected, duly elected body, is charged with regulating, keeping track of, identifying what's the best way to get at these policy objectives that have been set. Their perspective is the test should be administered no more than once a year in English. So I come back to the central point of the bill and say, I question that. And then I raise this governance issue that says, we've got a method of managing this, people watching different parts of this apparatus. Let's let the people manage those parts for which they are responsible. I continue to urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in strong support for House Bill 1446. It's simple. It's about creating the best outcome for kids. This bill is about students who enroll in kindergarten from grade 1 through 3. If English is their second language, then the teacher has an option to decide what is the best test to use to determine their ability to read. So what the bill does, it gives teachers an opportunity to give the assessment in Spanish, in their native language. And the Attorney General ruled on this, saying that the READ Act, that's what it was intended to do, is make sure that kids know how to read. So if you can read in Spanish, then those same kinds of skills can be applied to read and learning how to read in English. So it's the best kind of outcome for kids, especially if those kids are new to our country, and it creates an opportunity for them to be successful because they're going to be assessed initially in Spanish if the teacher believes that's the right thing for them. So vote yes.
Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we heard this bill in our Education Committee, and I think that there's an important piece to point out. This is not about the language, it's about the skills. This is about testing whether or not somebody has the literacy skills that we're trying to teach them in their native language, and ultimately they will move towards learning the English language and being tested there, but it also gives the flexibility at the district level. And so this is absolutely the best way to solve this problem with this bill, and I ask for your support.
Representative Lundin. Representative Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I heard this bill in education a while ago, and I think my perspective is one in that I probably bring to the table other than most legislators, in that I speak other languages, I'm able to read in English and read in other languages, and I can, from my experience, there is a difference. There is definitely a difference between being able to read and being able to comprehend another language. I read very well in English, I comprehend English well, I read in Spanish pretty well, but I don't always comprehend in Spanish very well because it's more of a function of not understanding the verbs or the nouns. And Nihongo wakarimasu skoshi. Yes, I understand a little bit of Japanese, but I don't read Japanese as well because I don't understand the language as well. A lot of it comes down to just simply understanding the difference between reading comprehension, which is what is being tested, and learning a language. And a lot of the kids in the schools, they know how to read in Spanish per se, but they're not as up to speed in English as they otherwise would. My son, for example, was going to take a Spanish placement for high school next year, and I told my wife why. He hasn't learned any Spanish at all. It'd be a complete waste of time. And I think that is what we're trying to do and reduce the burden of testing that isn't really getting at the heart of what we're trying to understand. We're trying to understand, do these kids know how to read?
Representative Lundin.
So I guess we're turning this debate into a language survey. Ni hao, that's my Mandarin for hello. Konnichiwa, I'm doing my best in Japanese. Back to the bill. So I believe Colorado should be nation leading in everything that we do, and certainly everything we do in education. However, at this point, Massachusetts is routinely looked to as the state that's getting it right in education. How do they deal with this question? They deal with this question through immersion. And it has a couple of benefits. One, there's just the practical benefit that immersion is frequently the best way to learn a language, especially in the younger ages, which is what this bill addresses. But the secondary policy benefit of using immersion as your primary approach to language acquisition is exactly the problem we will have here in Colorado very soon. And that is, well, what about the next language? Southeast Denver has an enormous Vietnamese population. So a year from now, will we be talking about administering this literacy test in Vietnamese? There are other multiple languages that are taught and learned, or not taught so much, but learned and lived in within Denver. I think the testimony was there are 100 additional languages. So this idea of beginning to break this process up into language after language after language in order to deal with what's going on becomes a challenge. So these will be my last comments on this bill, but I continue steadfastly to urge a no vote on 1446. You're not as tall as I am.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What you hear is what you get. The only language I speak is country, so there you go. Just one more time, folks. This READ Act is set up to find out if you can read. And that's a skill that is necessary in order to get these students to be able to be proficient in English. So we need to be able to identify whether or not they can read. And that's what this is all about, is whether or not those students can read. And instead of, as I was telling Representative Sias, if we gave each other a test in German tonight, how would we do? Zippo. What did we learn from it? Zippo. If you give us a test in English, could we be proficient in reading? Representative Sias probably would be. I'd probably be questionable. But that's what this is all about. Can the student read? I urge an aye vote.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to address one point that my esteemed colleague made, that part of the Massachusetts Miracle in Education was fully funding education. It's not always about the money, but there has to be a certain threshold where schools are funded so they can do the work that we know they need to do. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1446? Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, thank you for getting engaged and participating in the debate on this bill. I do think it's an important clarification, and I strongly believe that the people who work most directly with children should be empowered with making these kinds of decisions. Also, for clarification, in the language of the bill, if the parents want their children tested in English, they will be tested in English. So I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1446. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1446? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1446. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. 1446 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 6.
Senate Bill 6 by Senator Martinez-Humenic, also Representative Sias, concerning the use of qualified insurance brokers to enroll eligible participants in health benefit plans through the Colorado Health Benefit Exchange.
Representative Sias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 6 and the committee report from State Veterans and Military Affairs.
To the committee report.
Madam Chair, the committee report made some changes to reduce some redundancies with existing law and clarify some language, and was passed unanimously.
Is there further discussion on the State Veterans and Military Affairs report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senate Bill 6 provides an enhanced protocol for the conversation that the health exchange will have with prospective customers to make sure that they are aware of the full range of choices available to them when they are shopping for health insurance on the exchange.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 6? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 6. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 6 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1374. I'm sorry. Please read the title of House Bill 1426.
House Bill 1426, Representatives Primavera and Willett, concerning intentional misrepresentation of entitlement to assistance animal.
Representative Primavera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1426 and the Public Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the committee report.
We have a couple of amendments to the committee report, Madam Chair.
Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 1426 L005 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment L005 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we had a really good committee hearing on this and came out unanimously, but there was one objector for Disability Law Colorado who had a couple of points, so we had follow-up stakeholders meetings. I want to thank my co-prime, Representative Primavera, for handling that. This was one of the concerns that we addressed, and it provides simply for education to the public about the issues with comfort pets and service animals. So this simply provides a very low-key, user-friendly education program to be handled and help with our public and our law enforcement people. So that is L005, and I would urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L005 is passed. Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Likewise, a couple of other issues came up. The first was with the potential fiscal note of the education, but we were able to solve that, again, through stakeholder meetings by moving the effective date of the bill to January 27. And also, there was a request that before we charge anyone with a petty offense for misrepresentation of their need for a comfort pet or a service animal, that a warning be given. So HB 1426-006, oh, excuse me, I skipped a step. Ma'am, I move HB 1426-L006 and ask that it be displayed for all to view.
Amendment L006 has been properly moved and is properly displayed. Representative Willett, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll interrupt myself by finishing what I was going to say. This amendment moves the effective date of the bill to January 27, which will eliminate any fiscal note, because it gives time for the little education provision that we just passed to get done. Second of all, it provides that a warning be given before anyone is charged with the small petty offense of misrepresenting their need for a comfort pet or service animal. I urge an aye vote on Amendment 006.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Amendment L006 is adopted. To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report did lots of things. It put in a legislative declaration that talked about what a service animal is, that it's properly trained to assist people with certain vital tasks that enables them to be independent.
It talks about how the fact that if an animal has a vest on, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a service animal. It talks about how this occurrence of people misrepresenting their dogs is getting to be quite a serious thing, misleading people. It talks about what questions law enforcement or people in housing can ask to verify that this is a comfort or assistance animal of some sort. It lays out what offenses there are for people that do this misrepresentation, petty offenses, or a misdemeanor if the dog or animal is very aggressive. It talks about what happens if somebody can't pay for their to get their records sealed. It added service dogs into the bill. Originally, it was just for comfort animals, and it talks about it defines disability. It defines what a qualified individual with a disability is. It talks about how important it is for a public education campaign, and that the Department of Regulatory agencies will do that through their Civil Rights Division, and I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Primavera.
Thank you. This is a really good bill to help people in the disability community. When people falsely represent that they are a qualified individual with a disability and that they claim the right to an assistance or a service animal or a pet with that's there for emotional support, this hurts the disability community and people that really need legitimate assistance and service animals. It passed out of committee 13-0. 17 other states have adopted similar statutes, so I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is a good vote, a good bill, and I ask that you vote in favor of it. It's a very, very good bill. I want everyone to know that I'm voting for a Primavera bill. Thank you.
What am I? Is there further discussion?
Me?
I guess the question is, are you also voting for a Will It bill? Representative Primavera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we had quite a dogfight with this bill, but I'm glad to see that everybody is so supportive. And if we can get Representative Humphrey's vote too, I'll be really happy.
Is there further discussion on Representative Conti?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I just want to comment that when we were sitting in committee and they were talking about the different places and the different ways that this fraudulent activity happens, one of the things that I did was go online. And in fact, I found the easy way that you can order a certificate for your dog and a collar and a harness for your dog to fraudulently portray them. It was one of the first hits up if you do a Google search, and so I strongly support this legislation because people should not be able to fraudulently portray their dogs as therapy dogs. Because the people that are legitimately doing this have invested time, they've invested money, and they should never be questioned because of the fraudulent actors that are out there. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1426? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1426. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1426 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1374.
House Bill 1374, Representative McCann, also Senator Cafalas, concerning disclosure requirements applicable to a licensed community clinic providing emergency services to patients at a site that is not attached to a hospital.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1374 by two bills.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1374 will be laid over by two bills. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1421. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1421 until May 2nd.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1421 will be laid over until May 2nd. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1439.
Second. House Bill 1439 by Representative Garnett concerning the creation of a new alcohol beverage license under the Colorado Liquor Code to permit lodging and entertainment facilities to sell alcohol beverages by the drink for consumption on licensed premises in connection with requiring the holder of a tavern license to convert the tavern license to a lodging and entertainment license or other appropriate license under specified conditions.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice job, Mr. Kohler. I move House Bill 1439 and the Business Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we in the Business Committee made sure that if you're a business with a tavern license, when it comes up for renewal, you'll be grandfathered in if you would like and maintain that tavern license, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the Department of Revenue uses the tavern license as sort of a catch-all for businesses, even if they don't fit the specific definition of the tavern license. So we are creating a entertainment and lodging license that mirrors the tavern license for many portions of it, but it will better fit businesses like bowling alleys and movie theaters where their prime revenue generation isn't the selling of alcohol, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1439? Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just rise in support of this bill. I think that Representative Garnett has done a good job, and I also urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1439? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1439. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1439 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1374 until May 2nd.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1374 will be laid over until May 2nd. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1394.
House Bill 1394, Representative Young, also Senator Grantham, concerning clarifying definitions related to at-risk persons.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1394 and the Health Insurance and Environment Committee report of April 19th and the Health Insurance and Environment Committee report of April 26th.
To the committee report from April 26th.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had quite a bit of conversation about this particular committee report, and the reason we went back to Health Insurance and Environment a second time was because we discovered that there were some particular issues that the Colorado District Attorney's Council had brought to us and wanted to have done on the bill. I felt that that was too complicated to do on the floor, and so we went back to committee, and this committee report is a result of that. And subsequently, we discovered that actually some of the work that was done on this committee report created some problems for adult protective services. And so I move L011, which is an amendment to this particular committee report, and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. L011 has been moved and is displayed. Please proceed, Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as I mentioned, this particular amendment is to solve some definitional problems that that Adult Protective Services had brought to us. The real intent of this bill overall is to align the statutes, but this particular part of the statute is really just the reporting and investigating sections of APS, and this allows them to thoroughly report under the definitions that they use when they're investigating. I ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L011? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L011. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I ask for the aye vote on the April 26th Health Insurance and Environment Committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report from April 26th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the committee report from April 19th, Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we discovered in the process of this bill that there were some groups that had not been included in a stakeholder process, and the real thrust of this particular amendment from the first committee report is to actually remove mandatory reporters for certain groups and move it back to existing carefully negotiated language from several years ago, and we will come back and engage in the interim in stakeholder work to make sure that we get this done right. But this cleans up and makes sure that we don't tread on previously agreed to language that was in statute already. I ask for your aye vote on this committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report from April 19th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And House Bill 1394 now, with the amendments that have been done, is the last piece of a puzzle that Senator Grantham and I have been working on now for 2 years. Last year we brought to you Senate Bill 109 that actually established the implementation date of July 1st, 2016 for mandatory reporting for mistreatment, abuse, neglect, and exploitation of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In the interim, we had a task force that met based on Senate Bill 109, and they knew they had to get their work done because this is going to be implemented July 1st, 2016. They came up with funding recommendations, which we have solved through the budget process, and the last piece of this is this bill that aligns our statutes so that we can actually have clarity in the statutes as we implement this mandatory reporting of Maine for people with IDD. I ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1394? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1394. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1394 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1438.
House Bill 1438 by Representative Winter, also Senator Martinez Humana, concerning the provision of reasonable accommodations by the employer for persons who have a condition related to pregnancy.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the adoption of 1438 as well as the adoption for the committee report from the Health Insurance and Environment Committee.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report, we added an amendment that clarified language around the interactive process. It also ensured that there's no discriminatory actions for all of the notice and made punitive damages much harder to achieve, and I encourage an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the adoption of the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am excited to bring this bill. This bill ensures that pregnant women in the state don't have to choose between a paycheck and a healthy pregnancy. Unfortunately, in the Denver EEOC office, there's been a 45% increase of complaints, meaning women aren't getting more bathroom breaks, access to food and water, or something as simple as a stool. Also, we've been working on this bill for the last 8 months, and we have KC, NFIB, C3, the Denver Chamber, the Civil Justice League, all neutral because they understand that this is actually going to be good for businesses, that it clarifies a gray area, will reduce litigation, and no woman should have to choose between a paycheck and a pregnancy, and we should support families and healthy pregnancies, and I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Priola.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of House Bill 1438. When I read it a few weeks ago, I was very heartened and delighted. On a personal note, my wife and I have dealt with many pregnancies. We have 4 children now. And so, we've never felt any overt discrimination or issues, but there has been, discussion and folks saying things that weren't necessarily encouraging to us having more than 2 children. And we as a society really need to make sure that we do everything we can to encourage life, to encourage the next generation, to encourage family formation, and encourage the fact that we have that next generation to educate and to carry on the institutions of this nation and to keep building this nation. I like this bill. I think it does help fill in some gray areas, and hopefully diminish any misunderstandings that employers and mothers or families might have. And in the end, I also applaud Congressman Kaufman, which Representative Ms. Winters had also, Representative Winter had said, sorry, it's very late, gentlemen. I know this might be on a, and ladies, this might be on a rerun, but it's currently after 10 here. So this is a good bill. 1438, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Arndt. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1348? Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also like the intent behind the bill because I think that pregnant women ought to have special accommodations. I know when we came to talk about equal wages, we didn't really bring up this issue here, but I especially like the part on page 5, which is making reasonable accommodations, which may include, among other things, more frequent restroom, food, and water breaks, modification of equipment, limitations on lifting, a less stressful or hazardous position if available, a lighter work duty, and assistance with manual labor. And I think some things are still another thing left out of this, and so I would move L005.
Representative Leonard, do you move L005?
I move L005 and ask that it would be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment L005 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed, Representative Leonard.
As long as we're listing things that help out pregnant women here on lighter duties and assistance in manual labor, I thought gentlemen opening doors ought to be something too that we could ask the employer to help do. So I would ask for an aye vote in these chivalrous duties that we're listing in this bill so that we could include gentlemen treating pregnant women with special care.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The point of this bill is reasonable accommodations for healthy pregnancies. We worked hard to make sure this was about medical necessity, including a doctor's note. No doctor would write a note saying that woman needs a door open for her. This isn't about the ability of women, and I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely ask for a no vote on this amendment, and I actually find it a bit offensive.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge a no vote on this bill. As a victim or a person, on this amendment, as a person who has a husband who's never held the door for me in my life, I can assure you, through all my pregnancies, I've been able to hold my own doors. I've also been able to have my own career and all sorts of other things on my own. We don't need men to do this, and I'm actually sad that we need to have a piece of legislation that asks for businesses to make these accommodations that are absolutely necessary for women who bear the children in our society and who need reasonable accommodations to have a healthy baby and a happy family. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I also find it a bit offensive. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1438? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1438. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1438 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1393.
House Bill 1393, Representatives Esgar and Foote, all Senator Cook, concerning procedures for order testing for communicable diseases.
Representative Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1393 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Foote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report reflects actually quite extensive amendments that we made in the Judiciary Committee. It put in a definition of communicable disease. It put in a requirement for consent to be sought prior to the request for a court order for a blood draw. It put in a nexus between the testing to be done and there needed to be a showing that there actually could have been a communicable disease that was passed along to the victim. And it also limited the tests that would be done to blood tests only and left out any other type of test that would occur. And there were a few other minor changes as well, but those were the major changes that we did in the Judiciary Committee report. It enabled us to get a unanimous vote out of Judiciary, and we would also ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the adoption of the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill was a lot of stakeholder work between advocates and law enforcement and wanting to protect not only victims that may have come in contact with communicable diseases, but also protecting the privacy of people that may live every day with infections, and wanted to make sure that we were able to find a way to find great compromise to protect everyone involved, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Del Grosso, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By Rule 21C, I'm just kidding.
Representative Esgar. Is there further discussion on the passage of House Bill 1393? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1393. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1393 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 164.
Senate Bill 164 by Senator Cook, also Representative Lee, concerning clarification that a private probation supervision provider can file legal process against a probationer under his or her supervision.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, I move Senate Bill 164 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 164? Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill came out of the Senate virtually unanimously. It concerns a modest fix to the statutes to authorize private probation officers to issue warrants for probation violations. This is an existing practice that is merely being codified, and it is a good, modest bill. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 164? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 164. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 164 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you. Oh, all right, perfect.
House Bill 1443 by Representative Singer, also Senator Heath, concerning requiring youth sports organizations to inform parents whether the organizations have conducted criminal background checks of persons who work with children.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1443 and the Public Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Public Health and Human Services Committee report just added a 7-year check, address check, to verify that people are in fact actually living where they are in case they need to do more thorough background checks at different locations where those folks might have been. And other than that, I ask for an aye vote on the Public Health and Human Services Committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is passed. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill that many of you have seen in the past. This is a bill that makes sure that our youth sports organizations do background checks on coaches. And if they don't do background checks on coaches, then buyer beware. And all this bill requires individuals to do is to report whether or not they, as youth sports organizations, do background checks on the coaches that we trust. This has worked in California. This has worked in other states. Most states actually have more onerous and draconian laws. This is simply a free market, inform the individual about what actually happens among our youth sports coaches. There are approximately 15,000 known or potentially known sex offenders coaching our kids today nationwide. A simple background check could take out the majority of these folks and make sure our kids are kept safe. There was one consideration that came up during the committee discussion, and that was relating to the only requirement in this bill other than requiring that a report be made, and that dealt with supervision. And with that, I move Amendment L003 and ask that it properly be displayed.
L003 has been moved and will be displayed shortly.
Oh, no, sorry. We take your word.
The amendment is properly displayed before us. Please proceed, Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is this bill originally said that all adult employees and volunteers who work directly with kids but had not had a criminal background check had to be accompanied by an employee or volunteer that did have a background check. That was a mandate. And so we wanted to take out that mandate and to say that the youth sports organization is only responsible for reporting whether or not they do background checks on their employees. And if they don't do background checks on their employees, whether or not they make sure that someone who has had a background check is the supervisor. Once again, this makes it optional. The only thing that these youth sports organizations need to do is report to the parents who are signing these kids up for youth sports. And I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L003.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L003 is adopted.
It gets at. Well.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, this bill is a buyer beware bill. We know that youth predators seek out sports organizations and other organizations where it is known that background checks are not done. This has been cleaned up in the U.S. Olympic Committee among their junior sports. It's been cleaned up in Little League. It's been done in groups like the YMCA for years. But there are organizations that don't do this, and the predators talk to each other. So I ask for an aye vote on this bill to help protect our kids and make sure that parents know when they're signing their kids up for sports whether or not their coaches have background checks or not.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've never figured out why we need this bill. All the people that came to testify already did this. They go out and they have all of their coaches and people working with kids background checked. And really all it does is it makes the organization tell the parent that they do or do not do a background check. Why is that a bill? I really can't wrap my head around that. I'm sorry. And it's not that I think pedophiles should be allowed to coach kids.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm glad we all agree there. This is the crux of the bill. And you heard this from the YMCA. You heard an executive director from the Denver YMCA. Predators communicate together and figure out which organizations don't do background checks. This requires our youth sports organizations simply to put a label on the registration form or somewhere in their advertisement whether or not they do background checks. If you don't do background checks, shame on you, but you should report it to the parents. The parents should be aware there is no background check being used and their children may be more at risk than if you go to a place like the YMCA. Every other sports organization that doesn't do this, A, they're not going to show up to one of these committee hearings and say, no, we don't do background checks. But B, the most important part, the good organizations out there get a bad name. And then kids, unfortunately, lose out because parents don't want to send their kids to these organizations. Just Google the words youth sports and sexual assault. Your Google page will fill up instantly with scandal upon scandal upon scandal. This is not a hidden issue. This is an epidemic. And instead of doing what we tried to do last year and require that our youth sports organizations do background checks, which is a bill that got killed twice in the Senate, we said, just inform people. Make them informed, and then those parents can make those informed decisions. I ask for a yes vote on the bill.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. Why can't parents just ask that question? What keeps them from asking that question? And of the organizations that don't do background checks, how are they even going to know that they now have to tell people that they do or do not do background checks? And how is that word going to get out? And what will actually change that behavior?
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, there are many organizations that are keeping an eye on what this legislature is doing. They are reaching out to these youth sports organizations, and you have a question. We heard in committee, don't make another unfunded mandate on private industry. So instead of putting out a huge unfunded mandate, what we are doing is giving this a free market approach and saying this is up to the youth sports organization to do this. Frankly, I thought we did background checks on all youth sports coaches. I thought that was a thing that happened. I think most parents make that assumption when they go to a place like the YMCA, when they go to a Little League, when they go to another youth sports group or a martial arts training facility, that those coaches have background checks. I think most people make that assumption, but it's the wrong assumption. And so we need to educate the public about this. And what this does is it's a very modest step to at least create the framework. If organizations aren't doing this, we could have put in onerous penalties. We could have created all kinds of criminal infractions. The state of Alabama put in, I think, between $250,000 and $500,000 penalty for organizations that don't do background checks. That's not what Colorado is about. That's not what this bill is about. This bill is about educating the public. That's all this bill does. It's a simple first step. And if we can stop one kid from being sexually assaulted, we're talking about saving a life from a life of misery. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars in costs in mental health treatment, in medical treatment, in emotional treatment for people who can't always fully realize their own potential because of what's happened to them from a person who is in a position of power and trust. So that's all this bill does. It is a simple first step to make sure that our coaches who are doing the right thing are treated appropriately. And the bad actors out there, as soon as they hear the word background check, they back out. You heard this in committee. I heard this from numerous youth sports organizations. There is so much self-elimination from this. Even the YMCA said 6 to 7 people, after they hear that after a background check is done, they're eliminated from the pool. So we know these background checks work. It's not perfect, but this is a first step.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1443? Seeing none, the question before us, Representative Landgraf. Okay. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1443. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1443 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1003 until May 2nd.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1003 will be held over until May 2nd. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1112.
House Bill 1112 by Representative Landgraf, also Senator Crowder, concerning the creation of the Training Veterans to Train Their Own Service Dogs pilot program.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You got there a little fast. I move House Bill 1112 and the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report did a couple things. It took the, I'm trying to think here. So the committee report changed it from one program in one county to two programs in two counties. It fixed a little bit of language, and at this point, it had some money that was dedicated from a trust that has since been taken out. I ask for a yes vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Public Health Care and Human Services report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this bill does is basically save veterans' lives. It establishes a pilot program to be held in two different counties that will be awarded by an RFP process to a veterans organization that provides a range of veteran support. And I do have an amendment. And they will pair with a dog training organization to train veterans to train their own PTSD dogs.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004 and ask that it be displayed.
L004 has been properly moved and is displayed before us. Please proceed, Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L004 just makes it very clear that the veterans organization will pair with a qualified canine training program. There was some concern that the veterans program was going to try to train dogs, which is not the case. I'd ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L004 is passed. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This really is a very good bill. It got a lot of support, a lot of coverage. When I mentioned it today to somebody that it had passed appropriations, they started crying. During committee, the psychologist who was testifying asked the room how many people in the room knew somebody who had committed suicide, and about 3/4 of the room raised their hand, and we were over in 271 and the room was packed. So I think it's an important bill. They're actually looking to use the data that will be gathered from these programs to create a federal program run by the VA. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1112? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1112. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1112 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of 1117.
House Bill 1117, Representatives Kagan and Hussein, also Senators Aguilar and Cook, concerning requirement that custodial interrogations related to investigations for certain serious felonies be electronically recorded.
Representative Kagan.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 1117 and the Appropriations Committee report and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Sain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee report adopted, $24,700 on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there further discussion on the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Judiciary report. Representative Sain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Judiciary Committee report, we amended the printed bill, page 2, line 7, to strike January 1st, 2016, and substitute July 1st, 2017. Also on page 4 and 5, same language.
Is there further discussion on the adoption of the report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary report is also adopted. To the bill, Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And House Bill 1117 would require that in Felony 1 and Felony 2 interrogations, that the interrogation of the suspect be video recorded. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this is best practices. We had an amazing amount of organizations behind this bill. It was over a year in effort. This is a fantastic bill. Please vote yes.
Is there further discussion on the passage of House Bill 1117? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1117. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1117 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1178.
House Bill 1178, Representative Salazar, Senator Yulberry, concerning in-state tuition for American Indians from tribes with historical ties to Colorado.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1178. There are no committee reports.
Oh, I believe there's
I'm sorry,
an
there is an
Appropriations
appropriate-
Committee report.
There's an appropriate. I move the Appropriation Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee report provides a different fiscal impact. Ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is the third year that we've heard this bill for in-state tuition for American Indian students with the historic ties to the state of Colorado. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on the passage of House Bill 1178? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't in on the committee that heard this bill, but I am concerned about the cost. I know there's been a lot of concern about the cost of something like this down at Fort Lewis. I think that comes about because of a treaty that was passed a long time ago with the land that was brought into it down there, and just wondered what did the in committee, what did the different colleges and universities say about this? What is it going to cost them? In-state tuition, what do we make money on that? I noticed that the Opportunity Fund, the College Opportunity Fund, would cost the College Opportunity Fund quite a bit of money, and I think it said $511,000. Is this something that is really needed, or can we just use Fort Lewis College? What is the case here?
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Brown. This is actually the third year we've heard the exact same bill, and I've gotten the exact same question and answered it 2 times over, so this will be the third. So Fort Lewis is neutral on this bill because they're out of the bill, and that's specifically what they asked me to do. So nothing is disturbed with Fort Lewis College. The other colleges support this bill because they want to increase the amount of American Indians going to their colleges. And just like Asset, if we have a certain number of students attending our colleges and universities, it actually ends up being a revenue generator. And I believe that the number is around 82. We already have about 86 students at CU Boulder who want to come here to the state of Colorado to go to college. So just as with Asset, the argument was that this is going to cost the state of Colorado, and that ended up not being true. It's been a revenue generator. Same concept applies here. Not only that, but also there are students who want to go to the University of Colorado because they want to study under an award-winning a Nobel Prize-winning professor. And they can't do that at Fort Lewis. No knock against Fort Lewis. They just have Nobel-winning professors at CU. They want to study something else at CSU that isn't at Fort Lewis, then they want to go there. So it just provides better variety for the students who want to come to the state of Colorado.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I guess what I'm hearing, and I'm sorry that you have to explain this to me 3 times. I slept since last year. But what I'm hearing you say is that it's not going to increase tuition for other students in Colorado by doing this. That that it's neutral. That colleges are encouraging this, and if that's the case, then I don't have any problem with the bill.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you. And Representative Brown, what's really cool about this is that this is happening at CSU. It's called the Legacy Fund that they have over there, and it's increased their American Indian student population by quite a bit. It really is a good concept, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1178? Representative Klingenschmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not in this committee. I just have an honest question for the bill sponsor. How many tribes do not have ties to Colorado? If there was a tribe, let's say the Iroquois Nation in western New York, and they had one relative that lived in Colorado, wanted to go to college, does that mean the whole family can come here and get in-state tuition? What is it? Can you redefine the word ties? Are they tight? Are they loose? What kind of ties are we talking about?
Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and that's a great question, Representative Klingenschmidt. And actually, the bill defines that. The historic ties is defined by History Colorado and the Colorado Commission on Indian Affairs. There are 48 tribes right now that have historic ties, have been deemed to have historic ties to the state of Colorado. Now, you're asking me the reverse, how many don't? Well, all of them except for 48.
Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first year as an attorney at the Department of the Interior, I actually advised the Bureau of Indian Affairs on Indian law issues. And there are about 300-ish federally recognized Indian tribes in the United States. So I think it was, when I left, it was maybe around 320. So subtract 48 from 320, and that's about how many do not have historic connections with Colorado.
Is there further discussion on the passage of House Bill 1178? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1178. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1178 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1194.
House Bill 1194 represents Mitch Bush and Becker Jail, Senator Sonnenberg, concerning a temporary income tax deduction for a portion of lease payments received by a qualified taxpayer for leasing the taxpayer's agricultural asset to an eligible beginning farmer or rancher.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1194. There are no committee reports.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1194 allows a modest tax deduction which provides opportunity for a new generation of farmers and ranchers. By doing so, it also helps to preserve the middle class in rural Colorado and provide opportunities for the future. Basically, what it does is it tries to deal with one of the obstacles that young farmers and ranchers find, and that is the high cost of land, livestock, and equipment. By providing a tax deduction for those often older farmers who are close to retirement who wish to lease their land or livestock or equipment to younger farmers and ranchers, this then sort of sweetens the pot when the young farmer or rancher is trying to get enough land to make the business profitable. I'd urge an aye vote.
Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a good bill that helps our young farmers start to get a foothold in getting their own land and getting their own equipment set, so I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1194? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1194. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. House Bill 1194 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1222.
House Bill 1222 by Representatives Rankin and Tyler, also Senators Todd and Hill, concerning increasing the availability of supplemental online education resources in connection with creating a statewide supplemental online and blended learning program.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1222 and the Appropriations Committee report and the Education Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Appropriations. The Appropriations Committee report.
Representative
put,
Rankin.
A bunch of money into the bill so we can actually.
Representative Rankin.
Well, the Appropriations Committee report clarified that the money would come from a cash fund, the state public school fund, and that basically is what it did, and clarified the amount of money, which was not clear in the original fiscal note.
Is there further discussion on the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Education report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Education Committee report clarified a number of issues and definitions. Very importantly, the Education Committee report added a definition of blended learning. And blended learning, which we could talk about in the bill, but it was added in the report, is the combination of technology and a teacher. So it's not online learning, it's supplemental content delivered over the internet, working with a teacher. So very important to put that definition in the bill.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Education report is also adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not a new program. This program was put in place in 2007. It's coordinated between the Department of Education and a lead BOCES organization. And the program then goes out and procures from two different nonprofits the implementation of the program. Its intent is to provide high-quality content that's been vetted, checked out, to districts who are starting into the blended learning, online learning environment. We have some fantastic examples in this state. We actually are leading the nation in some implementation of the use of technology over the internet and blended learning. But many of our districts, because we have so many, are not able to access. This program provides that access to those districts who are just getting started. It's a great program, provides a lot of content. It focuses on smaller and rural school districts.
Representative Tyler.
Ask for yes vote.
I think Representative Rankin explained it extremely well. I just asked for a yes vote. Thank you. Pleasure to run a bill with you, Representative Rankin.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1222? Representative Conti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In conversation with some of our lobbyists out in the hall, I also learned that this was supported unanimously by our state school board, so I also urge an aye vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, Representative Rankin and I had an extended conversation because my name is on the bill and I voted against it in appropriations. And there's a reason for that. Because as you look at the bill and put my name on that bill, it's for the content of the bill. I believe in the content of the bill, more so than probably anyone in this chamber, as far as having been involved with that since the early 90s in the state of Colorado. When you look at the cost, that becomes a different issue, because we're putting more money into a program and we're not funding our obligations that we've had in this state for a long time. So as I explained to Representative Rankin, I said that's my problem with the cost of it, is putting money into a program and we're not funding the programs that we currently have. So that's the dichotomy between those two votes. Is it a good bill? Yes, it is. Do I agree with spending money in programs that we should be funding some other programs first? No. If we're going to spend the money, this is a good place to spend it. So that's what your challenge is, and mine as well. So I appreciate your allowing me to have the chance to explain to you what Representative Rankin questioned me on.
Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, that's actually a very good point. You know, our state education budget's about $6.5 billion. This is about $500,000. This has so much leverage, does so much for smaller districts who can't hire a math teacher or science teacher. I mean, we need to focus some of this money. I mean, we've looked hard at our state education formula this last year. We're trying desperately to do something about it. It doesn't really work for most of our districts, for many of our districts. This is a kind of focused program that has very high leverage for a small amount of money relative to putting more money through our distribution formula. So sometimes it makes sense. Representative Wilson ran a bill last year. I believe he took about $10 million and focused it on rural schools. I supported that very strongly. Sometimes we need to focus some of the money.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1222? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1222. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1222 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1376.
House Bill 1376 by Representatives Esgar and Winter concerning increasing the authority of the Office of Consumer Counsel to advocate on behalf of consumers of public utility services.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1376, the Transportation Report and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Report, the drafter realized there was a mistake in the original bill when it came to where the funding was coming from and had to amend that. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Transportation and Energy report, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Transportation and Energy, we added an amendment. Our intent of this bill was to add a consumer voice to those items regulated by the Public Utility Commission, and so we added in transportation network companies such as Uber and Lyft, and we encourage an aye vote on the Transportation and Energy Committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Transportation and Energy report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this bill is a consumer bill. When the Public Utilities Commission makes decisions on rates, we want to make sure that there's a consumer voice at the table every time. And we figured as long as the PUC is regulating things other than gas and electricity, that we should have an Office of Consumer Counsel that's able to sit at the table to represent groups of consumers if there is a major issue. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1376? Representative Norberg.
Thank you, Madam Chairs and members. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1376. Among other things, as you just heard, this gives jurisdiction to the OCC over TNCs, so Uber, Lyft, as well as taxi cab companies. And this is an unprecedented move. This is the first time that the OCC will have jurisdiction over these companies. And I think we have to ask that for $150,000 each year, do we really need a consumer voice for that kind of service? Or do we have something else maybe for free that will handle that, the competitive marketplace that will weed out bad actors, that you don't have to spend $150,000 in government appropriations every year? If there are bad taxi cab companies, if there are bad TNC companies, people will not choose to ride them. We do not need consumer voices and advocacy for that. I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Norberg, I just want to clarify the PUC has the authority over the taxis and the TNCs. The OCC would have no authority over them. All the OCC does is represent the consumers at the table at a PUC hearing if there is a group of consumers that have a complaint. They have no authority over the taxis or the TNCs. That's the Public Utilities Commission's job.
Representative Norberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then Representative Esgar, perhaps you could answer, why do you think the OCC would be better at dealing with these companies than the competitive marketplace?
Representative Becker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this bill tries to add back in the OCC's ability to look at and sit in on telecom, which, as you know, last year we actually stopped that in Senate Bill 271, and that was voted on by this chamber. So now we're trying to add that back in, and on top of that, adding back water and a few other things for the OCC. I think we got it right last year. I'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Kraftharp. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1376? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1376. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1376 is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 124. Sorry, Senate Bill 124.
Senate Bill 124 by Senator Grantham, also Representative Priola, concerning sales and use tax treatment of equipment used for processing recovered materials.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 124. There is no committee report.
To the bill, Representative Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this passed with wide bipartisan support in both committees it was referred to. Good bill that aligns mining with repurposing tax credit. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Becker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for an aye vote. This simply clarifies that a sales tax exemption that applies to machinery also that includes recycling equipment. Small clarification in law that doesn't only cost about $15,000 to the state in potential reduced tax income. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 124? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Senate Bill 124 passes. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 192.
Senate Bill 192 by Senator Lambert, also Representative Young, concerning a needs assessment tool for persons eligible for long-term services in sports, including persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities, in connection with making appropriation.
Representative Young.
Brought the wrong bill folder. Can you give me just a moment?
Oh. We'll take a brief recess. We are back in order. Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for the delay. I move Senate Bill 192. There is no committee report.
To the bill, Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a joint budget committee bill that arises from a bill that we ran a year ago as a joint budget committee, House Bill 1318. The real purpose of this is to actually determine a better way to assess the needs of those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. It really involves doing a better job of having our stakeholders that are involved, the people who receive these services, their parents and guardians, and advocates involved in the selection of this tool. And so I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 192 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 192 passes. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1440.
House Bill 1440 by Representatives Wilson and Pedersen, concerning reducing administrative requirements that pertain to the elementary and secondary public education system.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1440, and there is no committee report.
To the bill, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had an interesting conversation in Education Committee and had some concerns over this bill. And thanks to the miraculous work of Ms. Pellegrin, we were able to come up with an amendment that will address, I think, the concerns that we had for that. So I move L006.
Amendment L006 has been moved.
And ask that it be displayed.
And it is now properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were two major concerns on this. One, Representative Buckner had a concern, as we all did, on extending the date of CDE putting together the data and being able to report that data. And miraculously, CDE said that they didn't need the extra year, so Representative Pedersen and I enthusiastically said, good, we won't give them the extra year. So the first part of this amendment actually takes care of that in line 1, where it removes the extra year for CDE. The second piece on that was to make sure that we didn't impose too much on the State Board of Education, and lines 3 and 4, 5 and 6 and 7 deal with that and took out the undue burden phrase. So with that, I would urge an aye vote.
Is there any other discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment L006 say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. L006 passes. Back to the bill. Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is really about streamlining processes for all of our schools and making sure that we're actually looking at ways to lessen the burden on our schools from some of the policies that we pass, and also the rules that CDE passes. And so we ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1440? Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank the bill sponsors for the work that they've done to continue to make this bill what we said it would be as it came out of committee. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1440? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1440 say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The aye has it. House Bill 1440 passes. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1457.
House Bill 1457 by Representatives Garnett and Wilson, also Senators Neville and Garcia, concerning clarification of the existing sales and use tax exemption for residential energy sources.
All right, let's see who gets to the well first.
1457.
Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1457.
To the bill. Representative Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this is a very good bill. This is the third bill that we've dealt with this session that is helping clarify for the Department of Revenue a statute and a rule that has been on the books for a very long time, in this case since 1980. But if you remember Grandma's Meatloaf, and if you remember House Bill 10006, which had to do with Housing Authority, these bills were all due to somebody new in the Department of Revenue changing their interpretation of existing rule and statute. And this is just another cleanup bill, and I would urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was really a pleasure to work with Representative Garnett on this and all the work that was done. There were a lot of people that met together and worked out all the issues, I might say, for us on this bill, and they did an excellent job, and I really commend all those folks who worked together on it, and I would urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1457 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1457 passes. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 73.
Senate Bill 73 by Senator Grantham, also Representative Lawrence, concerning the authority of the state auditor to audit the use of state gaming tax revenues transferred from the state historical fund directly to the gaming cities for historic preservation.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a bill. I move Senate Bill 73. And just want to tell you, this is a basic bill that authorizes the state auditor to look at the use of limited historic gaming revenue to the gaming towns to see how it's being used. And I would ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 73? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 73 say aye. All opposed, no. Senate Bill 73 passes. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 165.
Senate Bill 165 by Senator Grantham, also Representative Young. concerning the requirements for an insurance company to be deemed to maintain a home office or regional home office in this state for purposes of the tax on insurance premiums collected by the insurance company.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Senate Bill 165
Would you
actually just...
Representative Young, would you like to move the bill
I would
first?
like to move. I will move Senate Bill 165. There is no other committee report, Mr.
To the
Chair.
bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colorado has a 2% premium tax on insurance companies. In 1913, we established a 1% premium tax credit. And that hasn't changed, and this bill doesn't change the standards on which that's based, but it does provide a consistent and predictable standard that would be used from year to year to determine the regional home office status. It has strong support from C3, Colorado Association of Health Plans, State Farm Insurance Companies, Farmers, Property Casualty Insurance Association of America, and the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies. It is a good bill. It does allow this consistent and predictable standard to be used from year to year. I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 165? Seeing no one in the well, all those in favor of Senate Bill 165 signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Senate Bill 165 passes. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1451.
House Bill 1451 by Representatives Wyden and Rankin, Senator Scott and Heath, concerning requirement that the Department of Personnel create a procurement code working group to study ways to improve the state's procurement code.
Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1451 and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
To the committee report,
you,
Representative Rankin.
The committee report added 2 words. It added nonprofit organizations to the types of organizations that are invited to participate.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the committee report say aye.
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 All opposed, no. Committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a very simple bill on a very complex issue. We want to modernize the procurement code, and in order to get that process started, we are directing the Department of Personnel Administration to set up a working group of folks from a variety of areas, stakeholders, to discuss ways to improve the procurement code. We had been working on a bill draft that was quite long and will be a good starting point for this group, and we hope that they will come back with great recommendations next year.
Is there any further discussion on the bill, Representative Wist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L003 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L003 has been moved and is displayed before us. Please proceed, Representative Wist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is to add an additional voice to the group looking at this. We talked about certainly the folks that are affected by the procurement process, the companies that participate in procurement. We need an added voice to that, and that's that of the taxpayers who are funding procurement. So we are adding as an additional organization or group that would be participating in this process a taxpayer advocacy organization. Ask for an aye vote on L003.
Representative Rankin.
Well, Representative Wist, I certainly agree with your concern that the taxpayer advocacy group needs to be involved. I guess I only have 2 comments. I don't know who they are. I think if we are going to do this, we need to have identified some groups that might be representative of taxpayer advocacy groups. Secondly, I really think of the department themselves. I mean, my experience in dealing with our state departments is that's what they do. They advocate for the state and therefore for the taxpayer in all procurement decisions. Clearly, we have some issues cleaning up the procurement code. That's what this is all about. But from my experience, I think we have strong taxpayer advocacy. I'd be a little bit afraid about just opening this up to organizations, plural. I mean, I really think if we, had some advocacy for the taxpayers, that's a good idea. But I'd like to narrow it down a little bit if we're going to do that. I hate to just open this up wide open. I mean, our procurement code needs updated. We didn't say it, but it's been 33 years since we cleaned up procurement. So we are making mistakes. We know that. And, you know, that's what this is all about.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, and while we all wish that the procurement employees do a perfect job, we hear stories on and on, of course, about $742 nuts and bolts and everything else. And I think sometimes our procurement folks are so tied on being fair and being equitable that the competition is down very low. The issue on this amendment here is to be able to have a tax advocacy organization. And there are other organizations listed here that are not specific, vendors in general or labor organizations or business organizations that aren't specifically named out. And so while they may not come to mind immediately in the course of debating this, the issue that all the people named so far to be involved in rewriting this code are people that receive money from the state. So their incentive is not to give high value back to the taxpayer, and necessarily our personnel is focused on being able to do their job, and that doesn't always mean the best price. Sometimes it's timing, sometimes it's quality, and there's not necessarily encouragement to, or incentive, I should say, to be able to have the best value. It's basically to get the job done. We've always been there and have seen it. So I think this is a very important amendment. In the discussion of reworking this code, it's very important to be able to have a taxpayer advocacy that is neither a recipient of the money nor are they an employee of the state that's hired to do a job regardless of how it turns out. So I would say this would be a very important addition to this study group. Thank you.
Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And even though I think both of the sponsors feel as if we have made accommodation for all the stakeholders here, and we can't really think of who a taxpayer advocacy group might be. And in fact, this all will eventually come back to us in the legislature, and we're the true taxpayer advocates. But in the interest of wanting to get along with our colleagues and saying, you know, if there's a group that fits that description that really wants to participate, why not? So members, feel free to vote yes on this amendment if you wish.
Representative Rankin.
So we considered a friendly amendment. We talked about it in committee. It's a good idea. My only concern was we don't open it up to the whole wide world, but, you know, we'll see who shows up. It's a good idea. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. To the bill. Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good bill. Vote yes.
Representative Klingenschmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that excellent amendment, I'm sure the Colorado Union of Taxpayers would urge me to vote yes. So I'll vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Rankin. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1451? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1451. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes and the pirate have it. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 177.
Senate Bill 177 by Senators Martinez, Humenick, and Heath, also Representatives Hollinghurst and Lawrence, concerning technical modifications to legislation enacted in 2015 to promote equitable financial contribution among affected public bodies in connection with urban redevelopment projects allocating tax revenues.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 177 and the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the committee report just amended the bill number into the bill, and I would ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion on the State Veterans and Military Affairs Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I need to read just a couple things that will clarify some of the questions that came up in committee, because there were some questions that I think need to be answered. So bear with me. Senate Bill 77 is really a cleanup bill to House Bill 1348 passed last year, 2015. We look forward to a new era of cooperation between municipalities and urban renewal authorities with counties and special districts as a result of the passage of these bills. House Bill 1348, as amended by Senate Bill 177, will allow all the interested parties to be at the table when decisions are being made concerning the future use of tax revenues of each of the local governments, including whenever a new, expanded, extended, or modified urban renewal project or plan is being proposed, or when additional territory is being included in an urban renewal plan. The law ensures that all the revenues from any mill levy increases approved by the voters of any of those governments will in fact be distributed to that government entity for use as the voters intended, whether that is for schools, developmental disabilities, services, roads and bridges, or whatever. The resulting law will also create certainty for urban renewal authorities and the investors in their bonds outstanding before the end of 2015, that such bonds will continue to be valid financial instruments upon which all persons may rely, and that a mere refinancing of that outstanding debt does not require the issuing authority to go through the law's new agreement or mediation requirements. Those are very important clarifications. 177 was a technical amendment really to 1348, but cleared up some important questions that we need to answer, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 177? Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. We had a number of historic moments in our State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee this week. We had a bill from our majority leader working with our minority leader. We passed that bill. We had a bill with our speaker and with our assistant minority leader. We passed that bill. And along with those folks at the table came the special districts, CML, CCI, and a couple of other people who you don't usually see them all together at the table. So it was a historic moment, a great bill. We voted yes. I encourage you to also vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. Last year was a historic moment for the Urban Renewal Authority, for us who swing in these circles. It was a big threshold that got crossed over, and this, while it sounds like a technical change, it actually fixes a lot of legal and developmental issues that surfaced around last year's bill. There's still one outstanding issue that has to be cured, so we might be seeing that come up again next year, but this took the summer to be able to negotiate 3 cures here to the satisfaction of cities, municipalities, and developers alike, and retailers especially. So I would urge that I vote on this. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 177? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 177. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 177 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 111.
Senate Bill 111 by Senator Lambert, also Representative Lundin, concerning authorizing the Colorado Mounted Rangers as certified reserve peace officers.
Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as the last bill up this evening, I have to pause and say, Madam Chair, how steady your hand has been and how efficient you have moved us through the process. Thank you.
And thank you, Representative Lundin.
I move SB 111.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 111? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 111. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 111 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Kohler, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, Committee of the Whole begs reports under consideration following task bills being second reading. The makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1112 amended, 1117 amended, 1178 amended, 1194, 1222 amended, 1376 amended, 1393 amended, 1394 amended, 1426 amended, 1438 amended, 1439 amended, 1440 amended, 1443 amended, 1446 amended, 1451 amended, 1453, 1454 amended, 1457 passed on second reading or goes placed on counter for final passage. Senate Bill 6 amended, 73, 106 amended, 111, 124, 142, 164, 165, 177 amended, 182, 192 passed on second reading in order revised, placed on the counter for final passage. House Bills 1003, 1374, 1421 laid over until May 2nd, retaining their place on the calendar.
Representative Danielson.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole.
There are amendments on the desk. Mr. Kohler, please read the Representative Everett amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Everett moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole diversity action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Everett Amendment L021 to House Bill 1454 to show that said amendment passed and the House Bill 1454 as amended passed.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Properly moved, properly displayed. This is a more than one-page amendment. I assume we can explain that as you go along. Representative Everett, to you.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I can. This is just that's a two-pager. It's one of those simple amendments, members. Again, we discussed this at length earlier. This basically removes all the quick unaffiliated voter switch, both between same day and the temporary unaffiliated voter from the bill. The reason why I ran this amendment, and it's an amendment to the actual committee report, is because the special interests are telling us they want to have an open primary. They want to dictate what's going to happen in this chamber, and they're going to threaten and blackmail us. What this does is says not only are we not going to have an open primary, we're going to have a closed primary. And we're going to let our parties decide for themselves who they want their nominees to be without any interference. They know if they can have that type of influence, flipping unaffiliated voters, they can actually get more influence in this chamber. And I say we put a stop to that. I say we say no, and I say yes to this amendment.
Representative Marino, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. This amendment goes far beyond what this bill even contemplates. This bill is about inclusion, about how we can include more people. This amendment actually strikes existing statute and will result in unaffiliated voters not even being able to affiliate the day of to participate in the primary. That is going beyond the scope of what's in this bill and even beyond what we have currently in statute. I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion, Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unaffiliated voters still have a process for affiliating if they meet the time requirements. So if they're going to take that positive step, if they want to participate in the process, the option is still there for these unaffiliated voters. That does not change. At the same time, we already do voter outreach for unaffiliated voters and give them some sort of notice, say, if you want to vote in the primary. But again, this allows parties to determine who their nominee is. It allows Republicans to vote for Republicans, Democrats to vote for Democrats. We also had the minor party amendments that got onto this bill. So Libertarians voting for Libertarians, Green Party voting for Green Party. I urge a yes vote on this.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Corey, I don't think this is working. Yeah, it is. Okay. Representative Pabon. Okay. There we go. Close the machine. With 27 ayes and 38 noes, the Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of the Representative Humphrey Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Humphrey moved to amend the report of the committee to hold diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Everett Amendment L023 to House Bill 1454 to show the said amendment passed and the House Bill 1454 as amended passed.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Humphrey Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Proper motion and properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, as you may recall, we had a little discussion about the clause on the back side of the bill referred to as Section 16, the safety clause. This amendment would simply show that we decided to remove that clause. I thought I clearly heard that on the voice vote, and yet it's not the way the chair ruled. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Humphrey Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that this, as we discussed ad hominem during the debate, this actually, thank you, Representative Sane, for recognizing that Latin. Look, members, if you really look at what this does, this gives actual voice to the people that we talked about. This gives them their first crack at it. This gives them to have a say in the process. And instead of having a safety clause saying we need this right now, this slows down the process. This allows more citizen input. I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion. Representative Willett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, these safety clause issues sometimes get frivolous. This is the first time I've really been convinced that it matters. And I'm on the fence on this whole bill and the amendment. And the only way I think I'm in favor of the bill, since we are going to be, in effect, preempting what the voters might do in a ballot initiative, I think that, frankly, is better than some suggestions that if they do their ballot initiatives, we reverse them later. I think that's the worst of all alternatives. But at least with getting rid of the safety clause, if we tell the voters what we think is best and how we define a modified closed/open primary, state primary, this at least gives the voters the chance to come back and reject what we've decided. This is an important amendment in a very unique circumstance. For me, at least, without this amendment, I think I'm a no on the whole process. If this passes, this amendment, I think I may be a yes on the bill as amended, because it does bring to the light of day this whole process to our public.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, let's let citizens vote on a voting bill. Say no to elitism and say yes to the voters. Vote yes on this amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Humphrey.
Thank you. Please, thank you, Madam Speaker. Please vote yes on this Cow amendment. And I was kidding about the chair. She did a great job tonight.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the Humphrey Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 31 ayes, 34 noes, the Humphrey Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the second Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Everett moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Everett Amendment L034 to House Bill 1454 to show that said amendment passed and the House Bill 1454 as amended passed.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole, the second Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Properly moved and properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is all about the Second Amendment. No, I'm kidding. We're not going down that rabbit hole tonight. It is getting late. Again, we talked about this presidential primary. What this does, it gives us a say as Coloradans into what that presidential primary looks like. It moves our current primary for those of us, running for the state legislature or U.S. Senate or Congress. It moves it from the last Tuesday in June to the first Tuesday. This will align us with states like California, Montana, North Dakota, or actually South Dakota, New Jersey, New Mexico. 303 delegates. With Colorado, it'd be about 340. This would be our own Super Tuesday. This makes Colorado relevant. It puts structure to everything that we've been talking about tonight. This is actually saying, let's do the presidential primary. This is what we're going to do with it. And it also kills the fiscal note as well. So all that extra cost of moving up, this kills it. That $5 million fiscal note. So this is also fiscally responsible. You'll probably hear an argument, because we already heard it, is saying that the party set the rules, blah, 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 blah. But in reality, where you lose delegates is if you try to move ahead of who's already established, like your New Hampshires and your Iowas. This won't hurt us. This will give us strength. So I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion. Representative P. Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise in support of the J. Everett Amendment, the second one. Members, this makes perfect sense. This does kill the fiscal note. This does align us with all of us in our elections, and it maintains the caucus system. So the caucus system, the presidential candidates could go through the caucus system, get their supporters to go into the caucus system, go through the assembly, and get on the ballot just like any U.S. Senate candidate can now. So we would still see that encouragement maintained in our caucus system, which is what I really enjoy. But it gets rid of the fiscal note, and then think about the impacts on the county clerk's offices. The bill as written would put election in between a lot of municipal elections and special district elections that are coordinated by the county clerk's offices. Well, this would just simply put the election with all of our state primary elections so that they're not running an additional election when they've already got several 90-day windows that they're running at the same time. This makes perfect sense. If we are going to do a presidential primary, this is the only way that makes sense. I urge a yes vote.
Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote. Again, I really appreciate the intent of this amendment and the intent of the sponsors to be fiscally responsible and try to combine resources in this election. The trade-off here is, members, that Colorado will lose our place in significance of nominating our presidential candidates. So that is the trade-off with this amendment. We cannot, in my view, we should not cede that position in our presidential nominating contest. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I know Freudian slip there. I know you like this one, Representative Moreno, or Mr. Assistant Majority Leader. Again, I don't think we lose our significance. I think we're going to see contested primaries that go way, way, way into the process in the future. I think that that's where America is today. I think by combining with large states with like 172 delegates, at least for Republicans, with California alone, let alone the other delegates that are awarded on this day, this makes Colorado super relevant. I mean, June 7th primary, which is coming up this year, for example, is going to maybe determine who nominees are, at least definitely on one side of the aisle. So it makes Colorado super relevant. It puts it in statute. It puts our stamp on this bill saying this is a Colorado primary and this is what we're going to do. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the second Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 28 ayes, 37 noes, the second Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of the third Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Everett moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Everett Amendment L018 to House Bill 1454 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1454 as amended passed.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the third Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Properly moved and properly displayed. This is more than one page. Please explain the amendment. Thank you. Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, all we heard is we have these outside influences saying you need to do this now, you need to do this now, you need to do this now. So we have a late bill that's introduced late on a Friday. We hear it on a Monday, and here we are late on a Thursday. Is this Thursday? Is it still Thursday? Hearing this bill. These are huge corporate special interests that are pushing this stuff, trying to blackmail the legislature. Why don't we put the brakes on? Why don't we let citizens weigh in on this instead of have a knee-jerk reaction? What this does, it creates a commission. And those of you that know how I vote, normally I don't normally vote for commissions, but this one actually makes sense. To where we're actually going to create a commission that's going to travel throughout the state and actually get input from citizens. When all the presidential from this year dies out, to where we can actually come up with a quality bill. And we can also tell those outside influences, say, hey, you know what? We are going to do something. We're just going to wait. We're going to get the best possible bill, and we're going to do it next time around. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Moreno, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I request a no vote on this amendment. This idea is not new. We had a presidential primary bill introduced last session. Representative Dorr and I sponsored that measure last year. It was vetted. It is being vetted this year. I don't believe that we need a study on this issue. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That bill was killed last year. It was introduced late in session. Again, if we were actually planning ahead here, why are we doing these bills late in session? Again, I think we're seeing that knee-jerk reaction. This will give us a year. We can get support from outside this chamber. We'll actually come up with a quality bill instead of 2 years in a row with a bill trying to be pushed through at the last minute. And you can take that for what you will. Again, let's fight against special interests. Let's put the brakes on this, and let's vote yes on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the third Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 23 ayes and 42 noes, the third Everett Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report is lost. We are now to the question of the passage of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Okay. Close the machine. With 60 ayes and 5 noes, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Well, I don't know whether we want announcements or introductions, but if there are any, take it at your own risk here. Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm doing my best. Representative Court imitation. Members, if you would please take your bill folders off the file cabinet. The staff needs to put those away if you leave them there, and we've kept them here very long, and I want to thank the staff and everybody for a great evening. Thank you.
Further announcements and introductions. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, tomorrow we are going to start at 9:30 a.m. Also, just a reminder that tomorrow is College Day at the Capitol. Representative Hamner, you should come on down here. You can wear jeans tomorrow for $5. You can also wear other college gear, T-shirts, sweatshirts. Do you have anything else to add, Representative Hamner?
And just as long as we look professional, right, Madam Majority Leader?
Something like that.
Okay. See you in your college gear tomorrow.
Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for those of you who participated in the friendly wager tonight on when the gavel would drop on the Committee of the Whole report, the official time was 11:32 and 15 seconds. The winner is Representative Sue Ryden.
Further announcements that may be questionable as far as the state statutes are concerned. Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So tomorrow morning, members, I'm doing the 3rd annual Sister City Day at the Capitol from 8 to 9:30. You're welcome to stop by. There's going to be some various performers, musicians, artists, and singers, and we're going to have some donuts and coffee. And so you're welcome to come, 8 to 9:30, first floor foyer. Thank you very much.
The Speaker has one announcement relative to the Legislative Council meeting tomorrow morning. Senate Bill 156 is to be heard in the Legislative Council meeting as a bill. House Bill 1209 will not be heard in the Legislative Council meeting. Further announcements. Representative Ryden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just would like to thank the Republican caucus for that last amendment that gave us the perfect ending time. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader, please take us home.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, April 29th.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, April 29th. Seeing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I move that the House stand in adjournment until April 29th at 9:30 a.m.
The motion is to stand in adjournment until tomorrow, April 29th at 9:30 a.m. Seeing no objection, we are in adjournment. Have a nice evening.